regular City Council meeting for the City of St. Helena for Tuesday, November 14th. Ms. Goberstein, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Mayor Galbraith.
Here.
Vice Mayor White.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Doring.
Here.
Ellsworth.
Here.
Coberstein. Here.
All right. The next item on our agenda is public forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address us with respect to matters not on our agenda this evening, and public forum is limited to 3 minutes. Does anybody wish to speak at public forum?
Good evening. My name is Anthony McKelly, and I was asked to read this letter here tonight. Dear Mayor Galbraith and City Council members, we received a letter from Mayor Galbraith which is attached regarding our interest in mediation. The issues we wish to discuss are listed on the Notice of Intention to Circulate Recall petition that was sent to the Mayor along with a letter sent by Mike Gerfen. The people listed on the petition document are all proponents for the recall and would represent or be present for any mediation. Most of the issues listed on the petition are not just past events. Residents continue to be concerned about ongoing impacts from recent projects and feel they have not been heard. Regarding the appropriateness of confidential closed-door mediation, we are open to whatever process is recommended by the mediator, such as Judge Stoughton. We welcome any comments or suggestions you have to start the mediation process. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Further public comment?
Hello, Mayor,
Yeah.
Council. My name is Peter Brooks. I'm the president of an organization called Fresh Air Vallejo. I am from Vallejo here tonight. It's an honor to be speaking before you in your beautiful city. I come to you tonight asking for your help. In 2015, the city of Vallejo was presented with a draft environmental impact report for a cement factory on the edge of the Napa River. There is a lot of opposition in the city of Vallejo against this project. We have delayed it for 2 years. Our concerns is that this project would bring in industrial waste by ship from Asia to be ground into cement on the edge of the river. Along with the industrial waste, which is called slag, it's a byproduct from the steel and iron manufacturing business. Along with this, we would also have piles of pozzolan, limestone and gypsum, and different forms of cement. We do not believe that this project is in the right place. We do not believe that you should put a cement factory on the edge of any river, especially the Napa River. We do believe that the air pollution and the water pollution will affect more than Vallejo. I'm coming to you tonight to give you a quick rundown of what we feel is so wrong about this project. The project would generate 552 trucks a day down a single residential street. 70 tons a year of NOx and cement dust will escape into the neighborhood. This is into a neighborhood that's already twice the state average of asthma. The cement factory smokestack itself is just 1,320 feet away from an elementary school. I realize that these are local issues, but we do know that in terms of regional impact, the emissions will go beyond Vallejo. We also know that the raw materials to be loaded from these ships onto the building site are toxic, and they are aquatic. They are dangerous to aquatic life as well as to humans who may be forced to breathe them. So I'm coming here to you tonight to please go to the City of Vallejo website, look at the draft environmental impact report, and if you do have concerns, contact our organization, Fresh Air Vallejo, or contact the Vallejo City Council members whose emails are listed on the information that I passed out. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Paula Bauer. I am also a representative of Fresh Air Vallejo, and I came up with Peter to speak to you guys tonight. You really need to be aware of what's going on down there, because it is going to be on our waterfront in Vallejo, but it is definitely going to affect you. It's kind of what we learned from the fires recently. We got a lot of your smoke, and it can come in the other direction. I mean, winds go every which way. It will affect all of Napa County. It will affect St. Helena. It will affect us worse, but it will affect you guys. It's going to. There's been a movement here to bring salmon back to your river.
Right.
Cement dust isn't going to help that. It isn't going to help that at all. It's not going to help your river businesses. It's not going to improve the quality of your life. We have been trying to get our joint congressperson, Mike Thompson, involved in this, and he keeps telling us he will not get involved because this is a local issue. But when you look at the statistics, when you look at the proposal, you see that this is definitely a regional issue. It's going to affect all of us, and not in a good way. Another factor is that the cement plant itself is only 25% of the capacity for the deep water port they want to build. And so there's more businesses that are going to be coming down the line out of this, and who's going to want to relocate next to a cement plant but another dirty business? It's not going to be clean. So we're just here to alert you guys to this, to point out our webpage, freshairvallejo.com. You can get more information. Peter and I would be happy to answer any questions you have. And I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Has the city of American Canyon taken a position with respect to the cement plant?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. The Planning Commission at Vallejo, the Chamber of Commerce, the local Democratic clubs, the longshoremen have come out against this. And that's the union that would be hired to move this stuff off the ships. You know, this stuff is going to come in to the cement plant in the hulls of supertankers. It's the byproduct from steel and ore manufacturing. And they're going to take it out. I think there's a picture on the back. Yeah. Clamshell. That's how they're going to remove it from the oars, from the hulls of those ships. Big clamshells, pile it on the dock. 50-foot high piles.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make some comments when I get to our open comment session on the.
Great.
Thank you.
Can you just can you tell me what day the council is going to hear this appeal?
The status of it right now is that they have given the applicants or some VMT until mid-January to complete the environmental impact report. So that's, to my knowledge, the next action that's going to happen is in mid-January.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Galbraith and City Council. I'm Joe McGrath. I think most of you guys know me. As many of you may know, the petition to overturn your approval on my project at 632 McCorkle was denied last week by Judge Byrne in the Napa County Superior Court. I would like to publicly thank Tom Brown. Mr. Brown was spot on in his legal advice that he gave the planning staff, the planning commission, and the city council throughout, and Judge Byrne's quick and definitive denial was testimony to this. Well, I'm obviously pleased with the outcome. It is hardly justice. My wife and I have spent over $250,000 in nearly a year to defend the petition spearheaded and funded by the Bradshaws and their organization, St. Helena Residents for an Equitable General Plan. And despite the recent destruction of thousands of homes and displacement of tens of thousands of North Bay residents, they now threaten to take it through one more round through the Court of Appeals. I do not believe the petitioners ever actually intended to win this case. Rather, their intent was to misuse CEQA law to effectively bleed me dry financially until I gave up and withdrew my application. Their purpose was and is, I believe, to send a warning shot to any small developer: you need not apply in St. Helena. And to some extent, I think they've been successful. I am aware of at least 2 other local developers recently either dropping multifamily residential projects or reshaping mixed-use projects to make them entirely commercial. The 632 McCorkle project was never a big money maker. My primary business has been acquisition and hold of multifamily apartments and not development. But acquisition of existing stock doesn't do much to help solve an acute housing need, nor does it help maintain the socioeconomic diversity that I believe defines the character and maintains the function of this community. Now this project is barely financially viable. Abandoning it means 8 less median income units in St. Helena. Proceeding means more battles to come, and ultimately would require effectively increasing target rents by approximately $300 per unit per month in perpetuity just to cover the legal costs incurred so far. So for those of you who know the affordability index, that translates to basically an income increase of about $12,000 per year. As you all know, the recent firestorm has exacerbated an already severe North Bay housing shortage. So I'm here tonight to ask the City Council to help me to complete this project. Thus far, I've borne the brunt of what I believe is a proxy war that has little to do with 632 McCorkle. The city is really the primary defendant. I just happen to be stuck in the crossfire. Its procedures, sovereignty, general plan, and ability to determine its own future, I believe, is what's being challenged. I have heard the opposition say they support affordable housing projects, meaning apparently subsidized and nonprofit projects focused on less than 80% median income. The reality is that the ever-inflated median single-family house price in St. Helena creates an affordability burden at much, much higher incomes than 80% of median, and I think you guys all know that. The city cannot subsidize its way out of this problem. Market rate, multifamily solutions are a critical component to filling the working class housing need. Maintaining the current indemnification agreement that I'm under presents the entire burden on this project applicant, and I believe no moral hazard for citizen taxpayers. Just 30 seconds, please.
Sure.
Any rogue agitators, I believe, can act with impunity to shape the town in their own image and through obstruction rather than through a democratic political process. I am asking for this request to be placed on a council agenda in the near future. Without this help, it is difficult to see a viable path to proceed forward in 632 McCorkle. But more importantly, it is hard to see a future in which any market rate project applicant follows in my footsteps. I am happy to follow up individually with any council member to discuss in more detail. I am also happy to open my books to show how difficult it is to build a market rate project for median income market in this town. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question.
Mr. Brown, has the notice of appeal been filed?
No, we are now in the process where we have had the order of the court approved as a form by opposing counsel. That will then be filed, as will the judgment, and that will, once the judgment is filed, that will trigger a 60-day appeal period.
All right. It does strike me that once the appeal is filed, I would appreciate a closed session on the subject. Thank you. All right. Further public comment?
Evening, Mayor and council members. I was informed that you were going to talk about the Elm Tree Tunnel discussion tonight in the goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because it wasn't listed.
It's an item in the goals.
Okay. It wasn't listed on the report, so I'll come back.
Okay. Thank you. Further public comment? Okay. I'll close public forum. And reports by staff, City Council, future agenda items, and AB 1234 reports. Mr. Brown, we had a closed session.
I should report on the closed session. The City Council met this afternoon in special closed session, afternoon session, to discuss 3 items designated on the agenda. 2 of those items were agendized to discuss whether to initiate litigation in 2 matters. The Council did give direction authorizing the initiation of litigation. That litigation may or may not ever be initiated. To the extent it is, that information about the litigation will be public and will be made available upon request to anybody who wants to discover that information.
All right. City Manager, Mr. Prestwich.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple updates tonight. The auditors are in City Hall, as you know, this week, and we're anticipating having them finish soon and to comply with the December 31st deadline. Tomorrow night, the city will hold a special meeting of the City Council. This allows all of the council members to participate, but essentially it's a community workshop on seeking community feedback on lessons learned related to the recent fires. So we're inviting all of the public to join us at the fire station tomorrow. If the public is unable to attend, they certainly can send their comments, and I would encourage you to send them directly to me. My email, mprestwich at cityofsthelena.org is on the website, and you can find it there. That meeting will begin at 6 p.m., and we're anticipating it will run about 2 hours. 6 p.m. and will run till 8 p.m. The SHAPE Committee got started recently. They had a kickoff meeting, and this Thursday they are going to have a public tour of city assets. The public is welcome to attend that, but we are working on creating opportunities for additional tours of the public to take them through City Hall and all of the other assets that are going to be reviewed by that committee. So we'll have a sign-up sheet available soon and publicize that. And finally, I wanted to take an opportunity to introduce our new quarterly newsletter. It's called SHINE. It's an acronym for St. Helena's Informational Newsletter, if you use the NE on newsletter. So this is going to go out quarterly with utility bills. I've placed a copy on each of your desks, and we also have additional copies in the back of the room. I think this will be a really nice newsletter to provide updates on city business from time to time, highlight some city staff. There's some good information in here about the recent utility rate discussions, the SHAPE Committee, the City Council goal session, and there's even a profile on a new city manager in here. I also want to, we held a city employee contest to name the newsletter, and the person that came up, and this was voted on by our city staff, and the person that came up with the winning newsletter is our Public Works Director, Erica, and so I believe she has a city manager paid gift certificate in her future. So thanks for your help on that, Erica.
All right.
And the meeting Thursday is at the firehouse.
City Clerk? Oh, yes. Was there one other person who wished to speak at public comment? Let me. No, she wanted. I thought she wanted to speak when we get to the goals. Yeah. All right. Ms. Kellogg? All right. Mr. Hausch?
Briefly, thank you, Mayor and Council, members of the public. Just to let everyone know that selection for the EIR consultants for both the Hunter and General Plan EIR is underway. We received all of the responses for those. We're reviewing them and are moving forward with selection, so you will see some contracts on the agenda moving forward. However, as a part of the goal setting, we'll be asking for some participation in interviews for the General Plan EIR consultant from some council members. So just a heads up as that, you can start to think about who would be interested in participating in the selection of the consultants to move forward with the EIR.
All right. Ms. Smithies?
I'll try to be brief as well. First, I want to address the water quality concerns that have been coming up in the last couple of weeks. A press release went out today, and notification to our council that the odors are a cyclic thing due to normal organic materials and algae and lake turnover with our surface water reservoirs. We also get reservoir water from our City of Napa neighbors. The water is tested daily and meets all the state requirements for public health. However, if you have any concerns, please do not hesitate to contact the Public Works Department at 968-2658, and we can respond to further concerns if they come up. Or please email me directly at esmithies@cityofsthelena.org. The notification also went out on our website today. In addition, the tree pruning and dead tree removal of the Elm Tunnel, Caltrans will be doing this work beginning November 27th and completing it by approximately December 15th. We will post a Nixle alert as it gets closer and send out a press release. Seems a little bit early to do so at this point, but we'll do it before the Monday the 27th. And there was a advisory by the county OES, Emergency Services, that went out today on Nixle with regard to flash flooding warning for areas with burn scars. It goes into effect at 4 p.m. tomorrow into Thursday morning at 3 a.m. We're not expecting anything in the city, but it's just an alert that goes out. So just to be something to be wary of. And on the good note, Thursday we're having Arbor Day on November 16th. We are going to be meeting at the Baldwin Park at 12:30, and the Baldwin Park is located at 1709 Spring Street in St. Helena, and we'll be planting several trees in honor of Arbor Day. So that's it for me.
Mr. Ellsworth?
Yeah, two things. First of all, this is my first look at the newsletter, and it looks terrific. There's lots of great stuff in here, and a really good job. So I just recommend everybody pick it up and take a look at it. Thank you for getting this going. The second thing is I want to circle back to the Vallejo issue briefly. I've been spending more time going to Vallejo, recognizing that we're on the same river, we're part of the same watershed, we're actually part of the same valley. A river valley is defined by its river, and though Vallejo is in a different county, we really are in the same valley. So Vallejo is Vallejo's in the same valley that Calistoga is. We're on the same river, and so what happens in Vallejo affects us here. What we do here affects Vallejo. We're doing upgrades to our wastewater treatment plant. That helps the river. That's a benefit to everybody from here all the way down to Vallejo. This very large cement plant that's being proposed in Vallejo, to me, there's two issues with it that are troublesome. One is the amount of pollution that gets into not only the water, but the wind and the fog comes up valley. And stuff doesn't just go downriver. It can get into the tides and come upriver and also come up in the aquatic life. And so as we do talk about trying to restore streams and creeks up valley, and keep a clean environment up valley, we have to do so down valley as well. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that Vallejo, I believe, is a jewel that is going to help us find ways to do regional development, and is going to be able to absorb a lot of the impacts and provide benefits to what we're doing up here in terms of wine and food tourism. Vallejo can be part of that, but if we don't stand up with these big, heavy industrial uses that happen there, good things won't be able to fit in there because it'll be heavily industrialized with a lot of truck traffic and polluting industry. So I think for the benefit of St. Helena and all of Napa Valley, for us to stand up with Vallejo, the citizens of Vallejo, to say, hey, let's move into a cleaner, better future that benefits everybody from Vallejo all the way to Calistoga and Yountville. So I'd like to keep the lines of communication open and do all we can to learn more about what we can do from St. Helena to help support the citizens of Vallejo.
Okay. Anything else?
I was born in Vallejo, so there's, I've got a place in my heart for it. So other than that, yeah.
All right. Mr. Dorian?
I don't have anything, thank you.
No, I would just make a brief comment about the Harvest Festival, which I think was after our last City Council meeting, and simply to thank City staff and all participants in what was perhaps a slightly smaller Harvest Festival, but nevertheless quite an enjoyable and successful one as well. Got delayed a couple of weeks because of the fires, but I do think it was very important that we move forward with it, and I want to thank the City for doing so. All right, and that takes us to presentations and public recognitions, and we have a proclamation, and perhaps the police chief will come forward.
That's why it's there.
Okay, very good. So, City of St. Helena Proclamation, second annual St. Helena Movember Men's Health Month, November 1st through November 30th, 2017. Whereas prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in men in the United States, and testicular cancer is the most common cancer in young men aged 15 through 34 in the U.S., and around 1 in 4 adults in the United States will experience a mental health problem in a given year, and whereas numerous studies have shown that early detection of any form of cancer is instrumental in combating the disease, and since using early detection tests for prostate cancer became fairly common in the United States around 1990, the prostate cancer death rate has dropped, and whereas the American Cancer Society recommends prostate cancer screenings for men of average risk who are 50 years old or higher, men of high risk who are 45 years or older, and men of even higher risk, those with 2 or more direct relatives who have had prostate cancer who are 40 years and older, and whereas the key to educating people about the benefits of early detection through routine exams is creating awareness campaigns designed to stimulate conversation, and whereas the Movember movement, which began in 2003, has raised over $650 million and funded over 1,000 programs focusing on prostate cancer, testicular cancer, poor mental health, and physical inactivity in men. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Alan Galbraith, Mayor of the City of St. Helena, along with the St. Helena City Council, do hereby proclaim November 1st through November 30th, 2017, Movember Men's Health Month. There we go.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for bringing attention to this issue. Men's health is a serious issue that doesn't get a lot of conversation, and it should. As the mayor read in the proclamation, there's some staggering statistics about the effects of inactivity and not eating healthy and not getting regular checkups have on men of various ages. And so every November I throw out a challenge to the city staff to grow a goofy mustache or raise some serious cash or both in an effort to support and bring awareness to the Movember movement, which is this thing. I never win, I never will, but I like to throw the challenge out, and we've got quite a few staff members taking us up and raising some money and growing some goofy stashes. And so on the 30th, we will have a judging and see who, if you'll pardon the pun, mowed the competition down. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, the next item is consent items. Any member of the council, any member of the public can ask that a consent item be removed. Just let me know. 8.1, consideration of proposed approval of minutes as listed in 8.1. 8.2, consideration approval of resolution terminating the local emergency declared by the City Council on October 11, 2017. 8.3, consideration of proposed approval of resolution 1 authorizing amendment number 1 in the amount of $16,350 to the contract with Willdan Financial Services for full cost services and development impact fee study for an amount not to exceed $97,890, and 2, authorizing the use of development impact fees to cover the additional costs for the development impact fee study. 8.4, consideration of resolution accepting a grant from Napa Valley Community Foundation in the amount of $87,500 and approving a general fund revenue budget increase of $87,500 to account 1013460.
I'd like to pull that one off.
000, all right? And that's the consent calendar. So at this point, the chair would entertain a motion to approve consent items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Ellsworth?
Yes.
Coverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. And that takes us back to 8.4, and that's Ms. Mitz, but Ms. Well, maybe you could say what is your.
Yeah, I just so I'm looking at it and saying that that's a grant, and it's not specified to what it goes to. And I just was curious if we could, as a council, direct it to go to something. Maybe something comes up at the goals tonight. That I'm just curious if this is something that we can, as a council, direct where it goes.
I can speak directly to that. It's general fund revenue, so it can be allocated to any specific need of the city.
Thank you.
All right. Any public comment? All right, I'll close public comment. Any further comment, Mr. Elford? Then I would entertain a motion to approve item 8.4.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Doring?
Yes.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
Cooperstein?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. All right. Then I think that takes us to public hearings. Public hearing 9.1. Consideration of proposed approval resolution accepting the feasibility analysis and comparison of sites for new affordable housing development study prepared by Vernazza Wolfe and Associates through funding from CDBG number 12-6DBG 8416 and City. Again, this is Ms. Mitz, but
I'll be filling in for Ms. Mitz
Mr.
this
House,
evening.
good.
So the council will remember that in 2013, the city was awarded a CDGB grant to analyze the feasibility of constructing affordable housing within the community and review some of the most appropriate city-owned locations where that housing could be placed. The analysis resulted in a detailed report, which was prepared by Vernazza Wolfe, a consultant who specializes in affordable housing issues. And it was presented to the City Council on October 27th of 2015. That item, however, was presented as new business. It was not presented as a public hearing. So in the city's efforts to accept the grant, close it out through the CDGB process, it was determined that a public hearing was required to be held in order for that process to be closed out. So this is essentially the city staff presenting the item at a public hearing, although this council has already reviewed the report, had the discussion, et cetera, and previously on the previous date. And so this is essentially just a housekeeping item to allow the grant to be received by the city and meet the requirements of CDGB. There is no new information that came out of this process. And so staff is recommending that the council approve a resolution to accept the feasibility analysis and comparison of sites for new affordable housing development as prepared by Vernazza Wolfe, and allow the city to move forward with closing out that grant.
All right. Any initial council discussion? Let me open the public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak at public hearing on this issue?
Good evening, Pat Dell, St. Helena, Mayor Galbraith, council members and staff. I haven't had a chance to read this yet. I know it's in the SHAPE notebook, the whole document. But it occurs to me that maybe this is a good time for you to open conversation about establishing an affordable housing committee. It's been mentioned several times and no action's been taken. And I certainly think what Mr. McGrath said earlier tonight and what we all read in the newspapers every single day backs up the need for this city to have an affordable housing committee. And now that you have an additional $87,500 that you don't know what to use for, I think that's a perfect thing. I don't know why it would take $87,000 to establish this committee, but nonetheless, not having any money is not a reason not to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Let me close public comment. I think what's really before us is pretty ministerial. It's just approval of this report to complete the process. With respect to Ms. Dell's comments, it seems to me that can be an appropriate matter of discussion when we're talking about the housing goals coming up in the next section of our meeting. So, is there any further discussion just in terms of the formal process of accepting the report?
When we get to the housing goals later, I do want to sort of support what Ms. Dell said, that this is a great opportunity to keep this in the conversation and perhaps start a housing strategy committee, et cetera. So,
yeah, okay, good. All right.
Is there any difference between using the words receiving this report and accepting this report? I mean, there's a lot of things in here that I agree with, but there's a lot of things in here that I would not, quote, accept. I don't know if there's a legal difference. I'd feel more comfortable with just receiving the report, but we're receiving the report and filing it, but maybe that's too technical and not worth our time.
I'm not aware of the specific criteria that CDGB has. I know Ms. Mitz did work with them in crafting the resolution to ensure it met their criteria.
That's fine. I just put that on the record.
And I had one other question about where the money, it's 18,000, and it goes, or I'm sorry, 39,000. And so where does that end up?
I believe the city, I don't want to speak out of turn, I know the city paid Vernazza Wolfe more than that sum in order to conduct the analysis that went into the report. So this is intended to partially and nearly wholly repay the city for monies that were spent. I'm not aware if that money was already spent and we have received compensation, or if compensation is contingent on this action.
Okay, and if there was compensation, can we then direct it to a specific?
We've already spent the money, and this is recouping that.
Right. Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry. We have actually received the money in October, and we did already spend all the money previous to that. So it was basically a reimbursement for what we've already spent.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kelly.
Didn't we spend it in a different fiscal year?
Yes, we spent it in fiscal year 16, and we actually booked it as a receivable, and then received it in fiscal year 17, or actually 18.
So in that
I'm sorry.
respect, it's kind of a gift in this fiscal year. No?
No, we had a negative fund
You were
balance.
carrying that?
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
All right, at this point, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the recommended action.
So moved.
Second.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Doring?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
Coberstein?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. Okay. Let me go back to takes us to new business, 10.1, review and approval of 3-year city council goals and 12-month strategic objectives. And I call on Mr. Prestwich to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not anticipating this will be a 2-minute item. It may take a few more minutes. This tonight is really the culmination of a lot of work. And that work began with a community workshop in February of 2017, where the community had an opportunity to share a lot of what was on their mind in terms of goals, ideas, strategies for the city. The minutes from that meeting, and then subsequently the City Council went through a process of hiring a new city manager and some team building with both the staff and the council, and then a community workshop on October 4th. And in preparation for this public workshop that was held on October 4th, there was a lot of homework provided to the city council members as well as the executive staff, and each was asked to prepare a SWOT analysis. That's an identification of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for the organization and for the city as a whole. We had a discussion. That information was then shared, and we had a good opportunity to discuss all of those elements, and they were really intended to serve both the minutes from the meeting in February as well as a SWOT analysis to help stimulate ideas related to the types of goals and objectives that the city wants to undertake for, in the case of goals, 3-year goals, and in terms of objectives, 12-month strategic objectives to help achieve those goals and make progress towards those goals. We also reviewed a list of the current projects on everyone's plate, so the council had an opportunity to see everything that was on the plate, and there's a lot. And then we went through a process of identifying goals and objectives, and I think everyone that participated knows it was a thorough and engaging workshop, and the facilitator for that workshop is Jean Holston, who's here tonight. I want to invite Jean to share a few thoughts on the process we went through, and then when she concludes, we'll start to talk about some of the details and how the discussion will unfold tonight.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff. I've had the pleasure of having a contract with the City of St. Helena to work with the council, to work with staff, and to work with public to improve relationships and to try and be a very different governing body than the governing bodies we're seeing in the media all the time that are so hostile and overactive and divisive. 2 of your city council members had actually come to the interim city manager and said, we want to do this differently and we need help, and that's where I came in. So I've been meeting with the city council members alone, with staff. When Mark came on, we decided to meet together and do some team building and look at process, and that has been a huge goal for the folks that are up here, is how do we work with process and make sure that we're working with members of the public more intentionally and more carefully and earlier in the process, so we don't have lawsuits, so we don't have last-minute appeals and issues and challenges. So we're at the very beginning of this. The first real open public engagement was the goal-setting workshop. We did that in a way that was intentionally inviting members of the public to give their opinions and their perceptions at each step of that process. And we're looking to continue that, I think, through a number of the SHAPE is actually all about public engagement. But there will be a lot of other opportunities to weigh in. And what I'd like to say to all of you is I'm truly amazed at the competence that's here, at the dedication to the city, at the ability to engage and do it with humor and do it without a lot of animosity, especially since, and here's, I think, the beauty, y'all don't see things the same way. I know. But what is really powerful is when the best decisions are made when people don't agree with each other, but they can openly hash it out. And I think some of that is also a tribute to the people from the community that come in and say, hey, wait a minute, here's another perspective. So I'm delighted. I'm looking forward to doing more with you, and I think this is a fabulous beginning to a real big transition. And one of the other pieces I just want to name here is that one of the reasons Councilmember Doring and Culberstein really pushed this forward is that you're in a small community. And folks that are sitting around here will see each other at the grocery store, maybe in church, on the street. And to be able to disagree, but to not hold it as a personal attack, is so incredibly valuable, especially in a small town. So thank you for taking the steps to do that, and I look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jean. So tonight we have a very ambitious list. The product of the workshop resulted in 5 general 3-year goals. And what I indicated in the staff report was 48 specific 12-month strategic objectives. Some of those have other sub-elements, and so it's really a lot more. But one of the recent changes that we've made is to commit to a publication of the city's agenda 1 week earlier than we were doing. And so one of the advantages of that is receiving some feedback before a meeting. And as part of some of that feedback, I recognize there's a duplicate on one of these that I'll talk to you about in just a moment. But we did publish the agenda, I believe, 11 days before the meeting. So I want to credit the staff and for transitioning to that new schedule. The goals that you will adopt through this process really becomes your work plan for the next 12 months. And the staff's focus will be to meet your expectations regarding the timeline. So what we didn't have after that workshop was the goal date for when we anticipate completing that work, who would be responsible for that work, and in the ensuing weeks, interrupted by a very large fire event, we've added information here related to when we believe the date is achievable. So we want to check in with you tonight on those dates to be sure that we're meeting your expectations and answer any questions you have related to that. In terms of the who column, we're looking for the leadership to pursue each of these initiatives. And in some cases, we've put this in bold, we anticipate value in adding a council member or two who would volunteer to assist with initiatives, or perhaps a planning commissioner in a couple of cases where we think a planning commissioner or two could help with a policy issue that you've identified. We've taken an opportunity to review the specific lists and tried to make sure that they were written in a way that is measurable. And I'm not sure if we can zoom in on any of this. Okay, so we'll be able to zoom in on some of this later. The status column on this list, we will be bringing to the City Council every other month at a set meeting this list to share with you the progress on each of these initiatives. And so if they're complete, we will check the box in the done column. If the item is proceeding on target, we will indicate that. If there's a revised date, we will indicate that as well with an explanation in the comments section. So that's what these 9 pages, how they're organized, and they're in no particular order. These are just 5 goals that were produced by that meeting. And so what may be easier today is to walk through each of these one by one, maybe starting with one goal, walking through the various initiatives. We are going to attempt to, if there are any edits or moving items from one spot to another on this list, maybe an item that's under one particular goal would be more suitable under a different goal. We are going to try to capture that information live once there's consensus, so that you have a final document that you can review and approve tonight. So we'll try to capture that live, and I know the city clerk and I will work together on capturing your feedback. So the first
red line up on screen.
So, and I have a red pen also, so I'm prepared for that. So the first broad goal reads, improve and maintain safe and reliable city infrastructure with a commitment to environmental stewardship and public health. And we have 13 individual initiatives here. And again, the idea here is this is a work plan that we're interested in committing to. And the challenge will be to resist the temptation to add items to the list throughout the year. And I feel almost obligated to introduce the concept of, if we tonight want to add an item to the list, perhaps we should, it only happens if we remove 3 additional items. That's just a thought, but it's clearly an ambitious agenda. I'm committed to ensuring that we achieve 100% compliance to this, or that we make substantial progress on these goals through the year. So with this first goal and the 13 individual initiatives, perhaps I know that on number 6 we have an interest in adding a couple of council members to that item. If there are other initiatives that you would be interested in volunteering to assist with, we would welcome that. I will also mention that item number 1 under this goal is the duplicate that I referenced earlier. It's a duplicate that's also found on page 5 under the economic sustainability goal. And that's number 1 under that particular goal as well. And of course, it's okay to remove items from the list. I should mention that. Most of the work, by the way, lands on 3 departments. finance, Public Works, and planning. And so we know we have an ambitious agenda, but again, looking for your feedback tonight.
All right. Well,
We're going to go through each item?
I would think
Okay.
we would.
Okay.
And so the first one would be.
So,
I'm getting there. The first one would be improve and maintain safe and reliable city infrastructure with a commitment to environmental stewardship and public health. And so maybe it makes sense to take public comment first with respect to that, and I think that would include Ms. Ackersluit's comments, if you would like to speak.
Esther's.
Okay, sure.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, other officials, and residents. My name is Esther Ackersluit. I have lived at Woodbridge Village Apartments at 727 Hunt Avenue here in St. Helena for 21 years, a retiree from the University of California as an administrative assistant. I want to say that I believe most people are kind and will do the right thing given the opportunity. I have met with much kindness and generosity from St. Helena residents and shopkeepers alike. This is a wonderful community for which I am very grateful. I want to speak about two important safety issues, a dangerous blind curve and Miley Park and Sulphur Creek. The first, a dangerous blind curve at the entrance of Woodbridge driveway onto Hunt Avenue. It was created when the development on Star Avenue and surrounding homes were built and completed in 1998, 21 years ago. Woodbridge residents met and suggested several ways to offer safety protection for ourselves and our close neighbors, regarding which we wrote several letters, including a petition to City Hall. There have been a few minor changes at the site, but we need much more protection from speeding vehicles around this dangerous blind corner. There is no sidewalk on the Woodbridge side of Hunt Avenue, and we need to cross the street to access the sidewalk on the opposite side. Several of us have been nearly hit by speeding vehicles when crossing. It has caused much anxiety. It has been reported that a speeding vehicle lost control and wound up on the front yard of Mark, one of our local firemen's homes. Residents are at risk at Christine Apartments, Monte Vista Court, other homes on Hunt Avenue, pedestrians using Woodbridge driveway from Miley Park Path and throughway to access Hunt Avenue. We offer the following suggestions for safety. Completion of a sidewalk on the Woodbridge side of Hunt Avenue. Install a crosswalk with flashing red light and sign stating slow, crossing ahead, 15 miles per hour. A ramp at the end of Woodbridge sidewalk for disabled people with walkers, motor scooters, and wheelchairs to prevent falls over the lip edge of the drive where it connects to the street. Now that's our dangerous curve report here. And I understand from Jeff that this is on the agenda. Is that true, Mark?
There are items related to, I believe, the transportation CIP projects, both road and sidewalk are eligible under that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now here's the Miley Park and Sulphur Creek bed. There are many fallen trees in the creek bed of Sulphur Creek, which runs along the park. The city has removed a large part of an enormous oak tree that fell into the creek bed a couple of months ago, but more needs to be done for complete removal. The storms last winter eroded the banks of the creek, and an old barn's base is missing and leaning toward the creek bed. More storms like last winter could push it down into the stream bed. That, with the fallen trees, could cause more blocking of flowing water and possible flooding in the surrounding area. Woodbridge property abuts the creek at the back end, and so it is much concern. The recent fires that has destroyed much of the trees and bushes and the water would have nothing to slow it down, and thus the streams and rivers will overflow and no doubt create flooding, something we have not seen before. Sulphur Creek bed has not been cleared in 15 years and urgently needs clearing. Along the paved path in Miley Park, there are many dead branches and bushes which need to be removed to prevent fires. Missing railings need to be replaced to protect people from falling steep drops into the creek bed. I want to thank you for listening, and as you can hear, we need your help. So I have enclosed in this report an attachment for a petition that was signed by Woodbridge residents on May 28, 1998, regarding the traffic problem. So it's been quite a while. And I thank you, Erica, for offering to come and look at the site and talk with me about it. Thank you all for your kind listening ears.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Further public comment? With respect to the three-year goal, improve and maintain safe and reliable city infrastructure. We'll open up public comment with respect to the others as we get there.
I believe this one would fall under that category.
All right.
I'm Bobby Monette, and I'm speaking as a citizen, and I'm speaking about the two issues that are already on public record from my testimony when we had the meeting in February. And I'm not sure, I haven't seen the list, and I didn't look at it, if the ordinance updating around reliable city infrastructure and commitment to environmental stewardship and public health is in this section, but whatever. The two things that I would really like to reiterate to be considered is updating the noise ordinance and the air pollution. We need water to be clean, we need the air to be clean, and we need what can we call it, auditory serenity, peace and tranquility. So we've already done a lot of talk in the past months about water, and I think enough has been said, and an amiable resolution with lots of community participation and city cooperation took place. But the noise ordinance, what I'm concerned about is I would like for us to provide a standard with which to assess more subtle types of noise pollution than decibels. Because right now our noise ordinance is really good. It's got a lot of good things, but the only standard is the objective decibels, and I can understand that. However, there are more subtle kinds of noise pollution that, so for instance, ambient sounds in the night that are disturbing and dangerous. It can be a public health issue, and there's a lot of research on that, and I've offered before and I offer again. I have copies of a lot of the research if anyone would like to see it. So I think it's a public health issue, and I think we need to do more with our noise ordinance to have some kind of objective response to more subtle types of noise pollution than the decibel measurement. And the other thing is the air pollution. I just don't want you to forget the proposal that I made and would make again to modify our fireplace ordinance to ensure eventual complete phasing out of substandard fireplaces and substandard wood-burning stoves. Of course, when those things are necessary for the main supply of heat, there would be exceptions. But when that isn't the case, and I have that has to do with restructuring upon transfer of deed to eventually phase out all the offending solid particulate contributors. So I'm just hoping that the fireplace ordinance update and the noise ordinance update will be included in this part of your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further public comment with respect to this first goal? All right, let me close public comment. Invite council discussion. Let me ask just one technical question here, if I can. Ms. Smithies, under number 5 here, it says, identify the scope of work and funding requirements necessary to complete tertiary upgrade to city's wastewater facility with a date of August 31st, 2018. Is that coming out of the cease and desist order? Is that something we have to do anyway? Or does the cease and desist order have this down for something much later?
The cease and desist order included that, or part of the feasibility study was to review the tertiary. We've also, since there's been a lot of interest in finding, we want to know what it's going to cost to go to that level. So we're already in the process of getting the cost to go online with tertiary.
Okay, so this is something that's really in the works in any event.
Correct. Because if we can do it now within a little bit more money, we want to know those costs up front. So when we do the master plan and implementation of the phase 1 upgrades, we can add it on.
Okay. Thank you.
So is it time to volunteer?
Maybe.
I'd like to volunteer for item number 6, since I'm the liaison with the Parks and Rec, and I've been talking with commissioners about this issue. So
I'd like to volunteer for number 6 as well. If that's okay.
It's okay with me.
Say about number 6 is what happens with Lyman Park is kind of an outgrowth of the shaping process. It's one of the properties being looked at. I don't have a problem with the end date here, but this work naturally would begin after the SHAPE committee is finished, I think.
I think that would be fine.
Yeah, that was my comment too, that it's somewhat premature or maybe even inconsistent, that we would want to at least wait for a little preliminary work from the SHAPE on this particular item to make sure that we maintain consistency. But I don't have an issue with it starting at some point.
Okay.
I have a couple things to say.
All right, go ahead.
At the risk of adding, I think we should add the Kennedy Court La Quinta repaving project to the list as far as keeping track of keeping on time with the engineering, the plans, whatever, which is kind of consistent with some of the other specific projects that are here. I think we need, throughout this list, there are several things in different sections that relate to follow-up to the ad hoc water rate committee. In the organizational performance, you'll find something about checking on water agreement compliance. In the economic sustainability, you'll find the objectives to start to capture the data that we need to consider whether we can have tiered rates. You'll also see the objective of installing wastewater meters on wineries and other uses where it's difficult to measure their flows. And I think all those things should be taken from those other sections and put here in infrastructure because they really relate to the infrastructure. And as for dates, when they appear in other places, the optimizing the data capture, the wastewater meters for the wineries, the dates that were put on those were a year from now, next November. And it seems to me that we should move them up a little just in the interest of, first of all, we have in our minds everything we learned from the water rate study. And some of them, I think it would be better if they happen sooner rather than later, like these wastewater meters. Because my understanding is until we would have them, we've got the staff running around trying to figure out and spending time trying to figure out how much wastewater is being produced. So what I'm suggesting is that we take number 10 from enhance organizational performance.
Can you give us the page number that it's on?
That's on page 4.
Yeah, it's on
Right.
page 208, page 4. It's number 10,
Okay.
which
Here we
had
go. I
us
have it,
completing the water contract compliance review by a year from now. I mean, I think that is something we sort of wanted to move on sooner, and I think you're already working on it. So I would like to move number 10 into this section. And then on page 210 of our materials, but number 6 of this chart, items 8 and 9 are follow-up items that came out of the ad hoc water rate committee. The data capture, the wastewater meters, and number 8 is looking at the water agreements themselves. So these aren't ads, they are just relocating them. I think if we have everything that relates to one topic in one area, we can keep better track of what we're doing. The last thing I would add relates to this tertiary water. There was an item put up on the board about evaluating the costs and benefits of the distribution and sale of tertiary water to other customers. I don't know, Erica, if you see that as something that can be incorporated in this number 5, or is this number 5 just totally based on our plant?
Number 5 is just the plant at this point. Distribution's a whole another level of.
So that would come after the plant.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. In terms of Ms. Ackersluit's presentation, would that be part of number 2? Would it fall in there as a consideration?
Just to interject here, it's worth noting that the Planning Commission just approved demolition of that barn that she references at their last meeting. So the 2 commissioners who are here remember approving a minor demolition for a barn at the river property that was encroaching into the creek. That barn is the property that Ms. Ackersluit referenced. And so that has been approved, and it's my understanding the owner is moving forward with that.
Okay, but what I was talking about was the sidewalk and other improvements that she mentioned on Hunt Avenue, crosswalk, and so on. Would that fall under the something to be considered as part of the 5-year capital improvement program for streets there?
Measure T funds can be utilized for sidewalk or a portion of it.
Okay, so that's where the committee of 2, myself and the vice mayor, would be looking at that. Okay.
Correct. And also kind of touch on the other part of that. The city did not remove the tree. It was the county flood control and water conservation district. I've been in touch with them, and I need to reach, once we have our little discussion and meet up out on site, I'd like to see what you're talking about as far as the clearing that hasn't been taken care of.
And just to follow up on those comments, the city engineer and I have had a discussion about inviting the flood district to convene a public workshop, possibly at Vineyard Valley, near the actual site of the creek, at a time in the near future to talk about this specific issue, answer questions, because there are bigger, other issues and considerations that the flood district has related to how they address the trees in the creek, and also other related issues related to clearing creek areas nearby. So we think that will help answer a lot of questions and ensure better communication.
Okay, good.
Public comment just a minute.
Sure.
I do have some information on that. You can't get into the creek or the river after the 1st of October. Fishing game will not allow it. You can't get a permit for it. And it's either the 1st or 15th of October. So you can't do it this year. Were you aware of that? Yeah. So, I mean, you can plan for it, but you can't get into the creek now or the river.
Okay. Do you have any thought as to when that period ends, when you can get back into it?
I think it's April 15th.
Oh, it's April 15th? Yeah.
It's because of the migration of the fish.
Yes.
So, no, we can find that out very easily.
That's all right.
But I do know that When we used to clean the creek and the river, we had to be out by the 15th of October.
Yeah. Okay.
There are exceptions to that when there's a clear weather spell. You have to get permission from because the county does have a countywide permit, stream bed maintenance permit with Fish and Wildlife, the water boards. So if there was a big window opportunity, they could definitely get in there if there's concerns.
All right.
To me, that seems, and also talking about the fires, maybe bringing up the risk of flooding, that maybe there's a special circumstance that we could find, and maybe that'll come up tomorrow night, talking about this sort of assessing of what happened with the fires. But if it does look like there's a risk that we'll see more water coming down and we can get in there to clear, that might be worth looking at.
Good thought.
I believe you had a comment about the timing related to possibly the tertiary wastewater.
As long as once we finish the first step, then we begin to look at the benefits of distribution and sale, more generally, or, look into this system that Mr. Scott, I believe his name is developing. I thought there was more to the tertiary conversation than just what we do at the plant, but I realize you got to do the plant first.
Well, we need to see if it's feasible first to move forward with the upgrades within our current user rates, or if it's a little bit more, not with our user rates, but saving the loans that we're looking at getting. But once we know that we're moving forward with that, then the next step, concurrently with the design of the tertiary plant, would be to look at distribution opportunities within the area.
Good.
And there are grants available, like matching 50-50 matching grants for feasibility studies.
Okay, good.
I had a couple thoughts on that. Did you want to speak, Paul?
No, that's right.
As we look at it, designing what we need, but also with an eye to the future. And I know that the town of Pleasanton has a tertiary plant that they provide water for a lot of large users. So maybe as we're looking at what we're doing, we're also keeping an eye on, if we need to connect to these large users, how are we building our plant so that it's upgradable to that level, so that we can always build. That's sort of where I see this as we. I'll just make my comments on the water stuff now because this ties in, if that's okay.
Sure, by all means.
My thought with the water stuff is, as soon as we can do it, the better. I have two articles here. One says, why water will soon become more valuable than oil. Another article, water set to become more valuable than oil. Our water system is a real asset to this city, and getting it optimized and working as correctly as possible, as soon as possible, I think is as fundamental as getting our financial system in order, because the equity of the entire community depends on this water system working correctly. So as soon as we can, comfortably, or as soon as we can get to it, I think I support Mary in pushing it sooner rather than later. And then also with this eye that we do what we can now, but do it so that we can build out as the future comes.
Let me see if I have this straight. With respect to the CIP, that was the Street Capital Improvement Program, and that's really just fitting that into the overall CIP that will be presented to us next May. Is that where we are? And it would be in that CIP where you would be setting out further improvements within the CIP period with respect to our water system, for example, dealing with the water tower at Bell Canyon.
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of improvements that are on that list that are in these documents here, but will be in the CIP, and we've discussed as part of the water and wastewater rate studies in the past.
Yes, the projects that are on the CIP will not be dropped just because these are just like priorities of the council.
Okay.
And then, but we still have our other 5-year CIP program still working concurrently with this list.
Okay, good.
That sort of leads me to the water and sewer master plans. Remember, we talked about that at the end of our discussion about the water, and we're going to move that up. And so is that subsumed in like item 9, that the citywide CIP, that is that moved up as part of that, or how does that happen? So I just want to be sure it's on the agenda for this year. I think we were.
It is on the agenda. I have an RFP to get out.
Okay. I'll cross that one off my list.
All right.
I'm only curious about number 12 and 13 here. I think they're great. They seem to me to belong more in organizational performance or something than infrastructure. And maybe even 10. I don't know.
I want to comment on 13.
Oh, wait. Let me see whether I think Ms. Koberstein has a good point there, that they should be in organizational.
And we can move these all around. As a reminder, this is what we built that night, so what we've presented is just a reflection of how everything landed. And, of course, different groups were working on different elements of building that structure. So I think that's the value in pausing after that meeting and taking time to really look at this with fresh eyes. And so I can see the value in moving some of these things around.
I think that would include number 10, too, on page 206.
Yeah.
So those would
10, 12,
move
and
to
13.
organizational
12 and 13,
performance.
yeah.
And I don't believe that we should penalize Councilmember Koberstein for adding the reference to Kennedy Court and La Quinta, because that's something that's already set in motion, and the community and the council should take credit for that. So I don't think we need to remove any more items related to that addition.
I wanted to make one mention on the the crosswalk issue. Both the Woodbridge area.
Is your mic on?
Oh, sorry. Both the Woodbridge area and then the crosswalk that is apparently in the works for Main Street at Pine, right by between the City Hall going across to the Rianda House Post Office. It's in the system, but it seems to be pretty far down the system, and I'm wondering if there's a way to move that forward. If maybe some of this, monies like we got in this grant tonight can be pushed towards that, just to get these safety elements installed as soon as possible. So that's just a thought on those crosswalks.
May I just agree with you on that? I talked to Julie just today, and she said, I hope you're going to speak up about our problem here at the Island House, the safety. And I said, I certainly will when the opportunity arises. So I'm speaking up for the senior center here on the house.
Oh, that's okay.
I just would caution, I would hesitate to move to the installation phase of something. I think when you're dealing with crosswalks and vehicles, you really need to study the unintended consequences of doing that in certain areas in town. So I don't want to create false hopes, especially on the Woodbridge area where you're coming around a curve, and even with a crosswalk, you can have a real hazard there, and I'm really worried about that. I just don't want to tell people, oh yeah, we're going to put a crosswalk there, or a crosswalk in the middle of Main Street from City Hall to Rianda House without fully studying the implications.
Yeah, that makes sense.
May I make a point here? That the sidewalk would take care of that problem.
Okay. So any further comments on three-year goals 1 through 13?
So, Mayor, I can, if we walk through it one by one, I've taken notes on each of these, and the city clerk can zoom in on the edits. No comment on the fact that this was a duplicate, this number 1, and if there's a preference on leaving it here, that's fine, or removing or switching it and moving to the item on page 5 and leaving it under economic sustainability.
I think it belongs under economic sustainability, actually. with some of the follow-up things, but just one place is all it needs to be, as far as I'm
Right.
It only needs to be in one place.
I'm indifferent.
So we're looking for consensus.
I don't care where it sits.
Microphone, please.
I don't know that it matters, but it's fine. Move it.
Well,
Okay, so
we'll just delete it here.
So I'm going to delete the first one.
Right.
Jumping down to number 6, Vice Mayor White, Mayor Galbraith volunteered to assist with that one, and I'm including a reference to the fact that this would be post-shape committee recommendations.
Right.
Moving to the next page, items 10. I'm going to pause for the city clerk here.
I think it's important to roll it slowly so the audience can see what it is, even though we're not making changes on anything.
Okay, so going back to the top, walking through those, we'll go back to number 2. So this is a goal, a specific strategic objective by January 31st, 2018. The city engineer, the mayor, and the vice mayor, who have already been designated to work with the staff on 5-year street capital improvement program, would bring brought back to the city council for approval. So that's on a quick timeline. Next, number 3, by April 30th, 2018, the city engineer, the public works project manager, who will be the lead on this, prepare construction bid documents for the Oak Avenue bathroom project. Number 4, by June 30th, 2018, the city engineer would be the lead. The Human Resources Information Technology Director would assist in implementing public works asset management software. This will help us keep track of projects and stay organized. On number 5, by August 31st, 2018, the city engineer will identify a scope of work and funding requirements necessary to complete tertiary upgrades to the city's wastewater facility. By number 6, by October 31st, 2018, the Planning and Community Improvement Director, that's actually one person, our planning director, will be the lead, with the Recreation Director, the 2 council members that I referenced, and we're also recommending 2 Parks and Recreation Commissioners, and also securing eventually a landscape architect to assist, so that we would be bringing you results of a recommendation following an RFP process to assist with that. And this would be to develop a community-supported plan that really references community engagement and a funding strategy to renovate Lyman Park. Number 7, by October 31st, the city engineer initiate construction of the Upper York Creek Dam removal project, October 31st, 2018. Number 8, by October 31st, 2018, the city engineer is the lead, with the finance director, identify the funding requirements and strategy to provide long-term maintenance and repair of city sidewalks.
And when we say city sidewalks there, we're talking about sidewalks that by code are the responsibility of the city, as opposed to sidewalks in the neighborhoods that are the responsibility of the residents.
Correct.
Okay.
Number 9, by May 30th, 2018, and recurring annually thereafter, the city engineer will complete the annual update of the citywide CIP. We talked about numbers 10, 12, and 13, moving to the organizational performance. Do you want me to read those now?
No.
Okay. Number 11, which will be renumbered, by March 31st, 2018, the city engineer will initiate design of the Cornella pump station improvement.
Good.
Next would be the addition of La Quinta Court and the Kennedy Court paving project. I think there's a 3rd Street there also. And we anticipate implementing that and approximately beginning construction probably in the June 2018 timeframe. The paving project, starting it then, but probably concluding in the August to September timeframe.
Correct. Hopefully we get started in May, but...
So I think if we use August 2018, that will be a good date for that project. And the recommendation was also made to add items number 8 and number 9 from page 6 to this list. And I may have missed one, Councilmember Koberstein.
From the organizational performance on page 4, number 10, complete water contracts compliance review.
Okay. So that is to complete the water contracts compliance review by November 30th.
It's a little late, in my view.
Do you want to amend the date? I think actually this was intended to be a 17, and I think the challenge here is how do we define this? Because what we were looking at was, and we've added to the website, which frankly needs a slight modification, is we've put data on the website related to whether any users with contracts have exceeded the mandated number in the contract. And with the exception of one user under contract who had to pay additional fees on top of that for extra usage, everyone, all of those users came under their allocation in the contract this past year. And the Behringer winery should not be on the list because they don't have a signed agreement. And so we need to remove that.
You could almost cross this one off,
but it's also good to...
It leads into those others.
There's an expanded discussion.
8 and 9, yeah.
So okay to leave that on the list, and we'll put
Add
a
those other
checkbox
two.
in the complete column. And then on page 6, the 2 additional items would be numbers 8 and 9. These read, by April 30th, 2018, the city attorney as lead, and this should say Public Works Director, not Planning and Community Improvement Director. So city engineer, Public Works Director, evaluate the feasibility of modifications to existing agreements with large water users to establish firm caps in order to safeguard the water supply. And then number 9, by November 30th, 2018, the finance director is the lead with the city engineer, and we're looking for 2 council member volunteers for both of these, actually, up to 1 or 2 council members.
Which one of those?
This is the first one would be the water caps to evaluate the feasibility of modifications to existing agreements. This is on page 6. We are recommending a council member or 2 assist with the review.
I'm happy to do that.
I am as well.
No, I'm not happy anymore. No, I'm just kidding.
So I have Councilmember Ellsworth and Councilmember Doring.
That's fine.
This is on number 8 on page 6, which is moving to the first goal.
Can we? Is there any way to work on this installation of wastewater meters sooner than, or
which one is that?
What is the upshot of it? Is the staff going out and trying to measure flows until people actually have meters, and we're spending staff time doing that, or?
Are we discussing number 8?
I'm discussing number 9,
Okay,
the
number
second
9.
part of it, which was to install wastewater meters for wineries and other users with unique characteristics to improve cost of service fee nexus. This was particularly an issue when we had wineries that have wells and also have city water, and they're being billed. The normal way to bill them for wastewater would be based on the amount of city water they use, and we all know that there's much more water than that going into the wastewater system because they're using well water for a lot of their production. And the resolution of that, when it came to the council, I think in August, was to establish a program to install wastewater meters on those particular sites, in part because it would save a lot of staff time trying to extrapolate and figure out what their actual flows were. And it's really a win-win for both of them. You know, we're measuring accurately and they're being billed correctly.
So in the first bullet point here, beginning the process to understand and optimize data capture and collection, ultimately we would need to complete a study to justify rates. So that's a a longer-term effort, but the way this is written, the beginning the process, we can frame that process and then make a decision on how we move forward. And so I don't see any problem with meeting the November 30th, 2018 deadline for that, or frankly the wastewater meters, particularly if there's city funding involved. And we're looking for up to 2 council members to assist with number 9 as well.
Can I bring up a point? In my conversations with the mayor of Weed, California, the gentleman who's runs the Pleasanton tertiary system, they state that in order to understand this, there needs to be an engineering analysis of the system. So I wonder if now is the time for us to start considering that, because we really don't understand our whole system, and without that understanding, we can't get the data to really properly understand how the flows and the regulation works. I'm just wondering if we're spinning our wheels, or if we're doing something as not as professionals that should be done by a professional to provide the analysis and data on this water and wastewater stuff. I'm not to dismiss staff's professional, but I'm just thinking the specific of a water engineer. And as these other water districts redo their rates or look at their systems, there's an engineering analysis, and that's something that we don't have here. We don't have the data, and I believe we need it.
My difficulty is I'm not quite sure what's encompassed by an engineering analysis. We certainly have studies on our system by West Yost in years past that look at various components of our system, which I would characterize as an engineering analysis.
I think I think this is a two-pronged thing. I think it is partly Proposition 218 advice about what kind of data does justify tiered rates or surcharges, which can come to us from consultants and attorneys. I agree with Jeff, because there was a lot, this came out of the ad hoc committee of should we have higher rates out of town, and it's really hard to know how we could justify them without understanding how our water is distributed, where it's pumped, where it's being pumped to, where it starts to commingle. And I don't know if our previous studies, give us that information.
I'm going to say that I don't think they do, because the point you bring up that we have wineries that are on wells and also using city water, and we don't know how that flow works. That's just one of many examples of what we don't know. And we can't make the proper judgment unless we have the data. I mean, if you speak to anybody who's gone through this, they want the data. They want a full engineering analysis of the system, how the flows work, how the regulations, how the flow is regulated, and we really don't have that. We don't know, and we need to know.
Well, I must say I'm a little concerned about going down that road, because if you look at the cost of our water, Napa water is by far the most expensive, and under that logic, the folks on the southern end of the system should bear the cost of Napa water, whereas folks on the northern end of our system would bear the much less expensive Bell Canyon and Stonebridge water. And I don't see really the equity or fairness in that. And I thought the point had been made over and over again that we really operate our system as a whole in the sense that depending upon operational needs, time of year, we may be pulling more Napa water, or we may be pulling more Bell Canyon water, more Stonebridge water. There's just not a single place where one of these sources of water stops and the next source begins. It depends on the operational characteristics of a particular day as to what's happening, and there would be a very large expense, I would think, of trying to figure that out. But maybe I'm
A perfect example would be the recent odor issues. So you reduce your intake for your surface water, your reservoir, and we actually reduced it by 500,000 gallons a day to commingle and dilute the water with our well system and our City of Napa water. So it is a system as a whole. It operates. You adjust your water. Of course, we always want to pull our water from Napa first, but in this case, perfect scenario is you reduce one intake and you increase the intake of your other water systems to balance and commingle your water sources.
Mingled all the way down to Rutherford.
I would have to respond to that. It is a pressurized system, so it's possible.
Yeah, so that's the kind of question people were asking, during the rate study, and I think it deserves to be looked at. It's not like we're going to redo the rates next year or whatever, but I think it's a good information for us to have the next time around. And data capture includes things like staff going out of town, to service things.
It includes administration and maintenance, and so if you have to look at all the costs and get an analysis, and that is, in the eyes of many, the mandate of Proposition 218 is that you do collect the data to support tiered rates if you have the data to support it. So we need Napa's done that, and they have tiered rates. Many cities do because they get the data and they demonstrate how it works. So I think we need the data, and that only comes from an engineering-based analysis.
So I've had a conversation with the water manager in the city of Napa to confirm my recollection that they had tiered rates in mid-2000s, and they still do. And I asked about the approach in terms of how they justify those rates, and there is an elaborate analysis that may be referred to as an engineering analysis, but I think is the staff and the council members that volunteer to assist on this one, as we dive into this issue, it will illuminate what path we will take to make sure that we prepare and present options for the council down the road related to whether, the process, and there is a process to justify in compliance with Prop 218 tiered rate structures, and we would take, and I know that their engineering analysis, they used a third-party consultant who specializes in this work and has done this for numerous agencies, and they take into consideration all of these various costs, and they're able to contrast the cost of delivering service farther away, other capital improvements, etc. And so I think that what you're describing will come out in the process, and if there are any changes that are needed down the road, the group working on this could present the options or the adjustments at one of either the periodic updates that we do at the council or at a progress report and staff report along the way.
Okay. And I agree with that process. I would just offer this. I kind of agree that the language here seems to presume that we would, at the end of this data collection, adopt tiered rates, and I'm not that far along yet. So I would, just for clarification, I accept the fact that we need to have data collection, but instead of the words to justify rate tiers, maybe we can just say to potentially consider rate tiers so that we can keep that option open. Yeah. We may or we may not, depending on what data. Right. So we're not prejudging the data.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that wasn't intended. It was more like understand what you have, and then if it goes somewhere, it does. If it doesn't.
Are there a couple of council members that would like to assist with that one?
Those two, I think.
Who's the second?
Paul, was that? I think Paul and
I have Councilmember Ellsworth and Councilmember Doring for number 8 here, related to the large water users and the caps. But I haven't captured which council members would assist with number 9.
I would do that as well. I think it ties in if that's acceptable to everybody. But I can defer too.
No, you can jump in there.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll do it. I mean, they have some synergy.
And that would conclude. Yes, it would potentially consider. And that would complete the first goal.
All right. So, goal 2. Make sure I
So, a couple of comments on Goal 2. We have 12 items, 11 items now because we've moved number 10 to the infrastructure goal. A couple of comments here. On number 3, we think there's value in including a couple of council members on that one. That relates to the Measure D expenditure policy. And then on number 7, we believe it will be valuable to have 2 planning commissioners assist with the development and presentation of citywide design guidelines.
I think on number 7, it's important for us to actually have a designer also, somebody who works with, and I find the word guidelines here kind of odd. I think it's going to turn more into regulations, and I'm actually going to suggest we move this to housing. But I do think that the assistance of somebody who works in architectural design or creating projects to give a pragmatic viewpoint to what's being conjured up would be helpful.
I would also like to see maybe a review of our design review process to coordinate the two, so there is a synergy between the two.
Maybe we could move this to housing and talk about it when we get there.
I like it where it is because I think it
Okay.
actually has more to do with organization and performance and avoiding litigation and avoiding a lot of problems. And to me, that needs to be emphasized. So that would be, although I could see it overlapping also.
Well, I think we need to understand, what are the objectives of this design review process? It's clearly called for in our housing element. I think it's meant, we got the cart before the horse and we changed our zoning before we had the design guidelines in place. And I think it's meant to actually facilitate approval of multifamily and other types of housing. And so I think when you start working on this, I think we clearly have to have a plan of where it's going. And one of the things I would suggest we do is use it to address our design review process.
Well,
I think that we...
maybe we bifurcate it to where the design review process for housing is one aspect of it, and then design review for commercial projects could be totally different, or a different process altogether.
Yeah, I would be in favor of establishing some pretty firm guidelines on floor area ratios, setbacks, preservation of mature trees, and usable open space maybe, such that we could eliminate design review for single-family residential projects. It takes an immense amount of time. It's pretty subjective. And if somebody really has an issue with floor area or something, they are then moved into the variation box, and they would come to the Planning Commission under a different set of standards that are easier to relate to. And we'd free up a lot of staff time. So if one of our objectives here was also to develop zoning regulations around those issues, I think we'd have a better design review process. And I'd suggest we do it on this neighborhood basis that's talked about in here and is in our unadopted plan. But I thought that those neighborhoods that were in there were pretty cohesive in terms of their character.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more that we need an architectural designer to be involved in this process. And I also agree with you that an end result, if we can achieve it, is to take single-family homes out of the review process.
I've got a comment.
And make it easier for multifamily, so it's not so burdensome.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one of the things that's important for multifamily is some kind of usable open space standard or guideline. And I'm sure you'll develop them, but it would have been nice to have them earlier.
It might be, if we open the public comment, there might be some, I think there might be some input that might be helpful.
Yeah, is there any public comment on this? Yes, please.
I actually didn't know that this was on the agenda today, but since I'm here, I'll just speak to this particular item. So I think I've mentioned this before when I've stood up here, but I've been on a planning commission for 5 years in the city of Orinda, and so, basically the majority of what we do is design review. What I will say is, as coming on the other side of this, as a developer trying to affect a project, the more subjective that you make the project, the more, or the process, the more uncertainty and risk there is in the project. And that uncertainty and risk translates to cost and time, which is cost. And that translates to, right on through to affordability. And then what I've come to learn through this process that I've just gone through is that subjective discretion also greatly exposes you to litigation and abuse of sort of the way that some of the state laws are structured that cause you to be exposed to litigation. So as someone that's been trying to affect a project here now for 2 years, very small project, for 2 years, at great expense and great time and great personal effort, I would much rather see very strict design guidelines that are objective in nature and clear to interpret. That's easy. That's like complying to the building code. I can read the building code and I can understand what it's asking me to do. Sometimes there's even uncertainty in the building code and it's very specific. But the more that you make it subjective and the more that you make it discretionary, the more difficult it is to achieve, what I think the collective effort of both the city, the division of the community, and the individual who's trying to affect a project. Things like FAR, that's really easy, 20%, okay, I get it. Setbacks, right, that's the constraint. And to take those into sort of more turning some of the subjective stuff into more objective stuff, putting that down on paper, makes the process so much more simple and effective from my standpoint. And I believe, sitting on the other side of the equation, on the planning commission side that I've been on for 5 years, also simpler on that side of things, because what I've seen is the capabilities and competency of the commissions change radically over time. Sometimes we've had 3 land use attorneys. Sometimes we've had 3 architects. Sometimes we've had neither. And what got approved in 1 year may not get approved in another simply because of the makeup of the commission. And so I would encourage you highly to make this as objective and as clear as possible. And the discretion should be very specific. Thank
you very much. Yeah. Any further comment? Yeah.
Bobby Monette, speaking as a citizen. I was just inspired by Joe's comments to have a different perspective, but perhaps as valid. The whole purpose of the Planning Commission is to make discretionary decisions. If it were all objective, you could just feed it into a computer and you wouldn't have to do anything. It's for the more subjective things like character of small town character and the character of the neighborhood that the Planning Commission makes. Any kind of design review would be necessary to look at. It would be necessary, just not the FAR. But for example, at the last meeting, I said we have speed limits, and FAR is kind of like the speed limit for square footage. But you have a 65 mile per hour speed limit. It does not mean you have to go 65 miles an hour. It's contextual. And sometimes in the context of that particular, of the day, the weather, the traffic, 65 is reasonable. Sometimes it's not. It's 45, or much slower. So it's the same with the FAR and these so-called objective measurements. They're contextual, and they don't always apply. They can't always apply, and that's why you have review of people who are supposed to be, no matter what their background, objective when looking at these things in terms of what's best for the city and what's responsive to the neighbors. Furthermore, to have it more automated into objective metrics leaves out the possibility for neighbors to weigh in. And my sense is that that's extremely important to keep that element in the process, that people think that what they're thinking about, what their neighborhood is experiencing is valid, and that they can come and say something about it. It will be listened to, and it's not just an objective, robotic response to setbacks and square footage and that sort of thing. So I think that the discretion is really necessary, and the context is really important for the more subtle aspects of design and the health of the city.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right. Well,
I think we would address that if we would break the city up into more neighborhoods. And if we are creating FAR based on neighborhood norms, I think an objective standard makes sense in that case. And in my time on the Planning Commission, it was typically floor area ratio that troubled people. And I can remember one case where we had a whole bunch of houses right up on the street at the minimum setback, and in came a project that was set way back. And that is something that can be handled, I think, by having an average setback rule or something like that. We don't even have a designer on the Planning Commission, at present. And so I'm in favor for single-family homes of doing what we can to just make it basically exempt. If somebody wants to go beyond the FAR, they come in and ask for a variation and try to establish why they should be entitled to it.
well, where are we with respect to this one? We want
a designer on
we want design guidelines. We want an architectural designer to be included in the group. The city staff has recommended 2 planning commission members.
And it may be appropriate to include a council member or 2 as well here. I would like to suggest an edit to this that would add a phrase that says it's sort of intended. It's intended to be all-encompassing, so that the group together could make a recommendation. But add a phrase that says something to the effect of, and provide recommended improvements to the design review process.
Yeah,
sure.
That sounds good.
I had a comment I wanted to make too.
Sure.
First of all, I agree with Peter that maybe we should look at it residential as separate from commercial, that there may be some benefit to separating them. One of the aspects that's come up, and I don't know if this is the place to bring it up, but there's been concern in the community and from myself as well that something goes into design review that people feel has larger impacts than design review, and they're precluded from commenting. And I've felt that myself too, where I wanted to make comment on something, but I was told it was just design review. And so I don't know if this is the place to discuss that, or is that a different place?
I think that could be included under just a general phrase here that says "and improvements to the design review process," and let the recommendation, be brought back to the council for consideration. So we don't necessarily need to identify the planning commissioners, but are there council members that would also like to participate?
Volunteer.
Well, I think we should take advantage of the planner here on our council.
I'd be happy to do it. I thought you
Yeah, I did volunteer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to do it with you.
Okay,
So we got 2.
great. And so I'm happy to walk through each of these.
Sure.
So on number 1, by January 31st, 2000, that should be 18.
Oh, yeah.
The Planning and Community Improvement Director and 2 council members to be named would complete an RFP, recommend and approve a consultant, and initiate preparation of the EIR for the city's general plan.
I'd like to suggest we include the chair of the Planning Commission on this, or if she wants to designate somebody else. They're more intimately familiar with the latest revision to the plan than probably anybody.
So what we're anticipating is scheduling soon a meeting to review submittals.
That's correct. So we have submittals in hand, and I am trying to reach out to we have 3 responses to set up interviews. Likely, if we were, staff's goal is to bring it back to the council in December. City Manager Prestwich very graciously gave a little bit of a cushion there, and I think that's beneficial given all the changes. So likely the first week of December would be when we would be shooting for interviews of those folks.
Well, I'm happy to do it.
And I'd volunteer for that one.
So
It wouldn't go past December 18th, would it? Then I'll be
The goal would be to
out
do the interviews in 1 week,
Okay.
make the determination, and that would allow staff to put together the staff report, get the contract worked through, all those things, and bring it back to the city council for action in January.
Okay.
is there a second council member? I captured the mayor's interest.
Oh, I was volunteering
Vice
for
Mayor.
that.
Okay. The second item here is by October 31st, 2018, the Human Resources Information Technology Director and a consulting attorney, this would be someone within the firm, to complete an update to the employee handbook. This is a document that hasn't been updated since 2005, and present to the City Council recommended updates to city policies. Recommended updates. Number 3, by May 31st, 2018, the Finance Director, and we are interested in having a couple of council members assist, develop Measure D expenditure policy for City Council review.
I would suggest that we remove this altogether.
Yes, I agree with that. I think this is general fund money, and it should be just dealt with as part of the general fund, and should not be separately
I agree.
prioritized. Yeah. There you go. We've got consensus to remove one.
It's been removed. Number 4, by August 31st, 2018, the City Clerk and the HRIT Director to complete an RFP, recommended and approve a consultant and funding to complete document scanning in order to deploy the public portal within the city's website to access city records via Laserfish. So this will really help the city with public records requests and responsiveness. Number 5, by August 31st, 2018, the city's building inspector is the lead, and the planning director and 2 council members to be named. Implement a robust code enforcement program that is efficient, readily understandable, and predictable by updating code provisions and establishing dedicated staff resources, meaning funding, to it. I would be interested in participating in that.
I'll volunteer for this one.
I think the date is ambitious. August 31st, 2018. I would push the date back.
If they think they can do it, why not?
Give it a shot?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. If they
Okay.
report back later that they're running behind time, but why not keep it on the front burner?
Yeah, we're happy to move forward with this. Staff actually has spent some time on this. Essentially, since I was hired, I've spent some time on this, working with the city attorney's office, and then also our new building official has significant experience in a route that I wasn't familiar with, but that currently exists within the property maintenance code that we've already adopted as a part of the building code process. So I think we can take a shot at meeting that, and I will remind you of your flexibility if we get there and aren't quite complete.
All right.
Number 6,
Do it
by
by
September 30th, 2018, staff planner to be named as the lead would, with the planning director, review and document the status and scale of existing non-conforming industrial businesses within the community. We did add the word industrial to try to narrow the focus here, so that was intentional. You may have some comments on that.
I do. I would leave it out. It became a murky term when we were in the water rate study. It means some things to some people and others to other people. And what I suggest you do instead is prioritize which businesses you think need attention first, and just take the word industrial out.
So staff is aware of a number of non-conforming businesses within the community, downtown businesses, retail businesses, wineries, concrete plants, and so if the industrial term comes out, staff would appreciate some further discussion at the council level to help with that prioritization, rather than just leaving it open to.
Yeah, and maybe this is something that can use some assistance from the Planning Commission, or they've seen some of these, or they come up in front of them occasionally.
Well, I mean, does it make sense to focus on the larger businesses first and then the less large businesses, to do it by...
I think maybe impact.
That's sort
Who's
of
being
subjective.
impacted the most by something?
With some assistance from the Planning Commission, staff would be able to do that. The impact is somewhat subjective. However, I think the Planning Commission has a good understanding of where the community in general may focus that term impact, and allow staff to get some direction.
Is there council interest in assisting with this one also? Council member or two?
I would do it.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Ellsworth and Councilmember Koberstein.
Could I just ask for some input on the from the city attorney's office? I was just concerning, getting back to our code enforcement discussion, if council is involved in some of this process, we wouldn't want to preclude them from being able to act as their kind of adjudicative body should action result from some of these. And if it's just reviewing and documenting the status, of course there wouldn't be any, but just if you have any concerns.
Well, I'm not quite sure exactly what is envisioned by this one, but to the extent it's simply identifying nonconforming uses or nonconforming businesses, that doesn't implicate code enforcement at all, at least not directly. The other part of this is that the other item, as the council is examining code enforcement procedures, one thing it might want to consider, and again, it's totally discretionary, but is whether it's appropriate or desirable to have the council as part of that review process. Many jurisdictions decide that they like to have their code enforcement heard by an independent hearing officer or something like that, and there are several variations of that. But I guess long-winded answer to your question is I don't see it as a due process problem as long as the intent of it is not to lead to a code enforcement against the businesses that are identified. If it's simply a goal of identifying what are the nonconforming businesses or impactful nonconforming businesses, that doesn't implicate due process considerations.
What's the point of just doing that? I think part of the issue here is we're having potential expansions of non-conforming businesses, or at least people are alleging that. And so maybe you're correct that certain people shouldn't participate in it, but I understood, number 6 to mean, do an audit of the business and figure out what it legally is allowed to do, and if it is operating beyond what a use permit or something else allows, or if it was just established before.
So if that's the council's interest, there is a way to get to that. But there is a problem because the way your code is structured now, you are the ultimate appellate body for code enforcement, and so you can't be both the prosecutor and the judge. The law doesn't allow that. There are ways to deal with that, of course, and one of the ways is to undertake a change to your code such that you're no longer the appellate body. I can see that might not be your desire from a policy standpoint, because some councils like to be responsive to their neighborhoods and like to be the ultimate appellate body, but you can't have it both ways legally. You can't be both the prosecutor and the appellate body.
Right. Well, my strong preference is not for us to be the appellate body.
No.
Say the least.
Well, to accomplish this goal, do we need to have council members on this? I would think not.
The concern I have is that the direction is ambiguous right now. And so what we're looking for is very specific directions so that we have a clear understanding of what this task entails, what your expectations are. And right now it's pretty broad the way I've written it. Prioritize document and prioritize businesses. We could add scale of size, or impact is a little difficult because I can identify a few, but I don't know where to start and stop, and that it would be helpful to know where we're focused. And so that's why we've introduced the term industrial to try to narrow the focus. And maybe this is we start with certain types of businesses, and then 12 months from now we navigate into a different type of businesses. But help in clarifying your expectations is needed here.
How about with initial focus on larger businesses?
I like to penetrate the word non-conforming. I mean, you can have a non-conforming business that's perfectly legal under our codes, right? Is by non-conforming, are we saying something that is out of compliance with a use permit or out of compliance with some code? That's a different matter.
Staff's initial understanding was essentially businesses that are operating without any discretionary approvals because they existed prior to the regulations of their land use. So some of the large wineries we've identified that don't have use permits, Harold Smith and Sons, which is an operation which does not have a use permit, those are the industrial uses that staff had identified as essentially some of the most concerning from anecdotal comments that we get from the community. But that's also why that word is specifically put in place, and also while we're asking for some more specific input on what the direction of the council is.
Well, from my perspective, I thought this was, actually related to number 5, that the outcome of this would maybe ultimately be some enforcement program because you had a non-conforming business that had expanded its operations without the requisite approvals. That was what I took this one to mean, but others might have thought it meant something else.
Would it be easy or cleaner to start with just staff looking at it, and that way we don't accidentally cross a line, and then if later it looked like, but that way we wouldn't go running in and maybe go too far?
Yeah, that would be helpful, I believe, and then staff could present the information that we've come up with, that we have, and then the council could decide what to do with that information on a case-by-case basis.
Mm-hmm. Good.
And so, what if we rewrote this? Could it read review and document status and scale of large existing non-conforming businesses within the community? And so we would draw the line somewhere and present you information, at which point we would potentially move in a different direction.
Yeah, I think if we think there's somebody who ought to be on the list who isn't on the list, we'd let you know.
Right.
You're naming the names and the things we hear about all the time. So.
Okay, and then we do have 2 planning commissioners referenced.
Do we have the same
That's
issue?
okay.
They're not involved in adjudicating.
Typically, planning so under your code, you have several code enforcement alternatives under your codes, there is a potential for the Planning Commission to be involved in some code enforcement, but typically code enforcement is done under Title I, Chapter 1.12 of your code, and Title 8. You do have under your zoning ordinance some ability to do some code enforcement, which would typically go to your Planning Commission. I guess I'm creating or I'm anticipating problems that might not exist, and I think that it sounds as though you want to have some input from people who have boots on the ground, i.e., yourself and some planning commissioners, and I could see some kind of a hybrid approach where where two of you and maybe two planning commissioners would simply meet to kind of determine the possibility that certain businesses ought to be reviewed by staff. And that process would be less problematic from a due process standpoint because you wouldn't be forming conclusions or trying to investigate facts. You would simply be passing on to your professional staff your concern or things that you may have heard in the community about some businesses, and and by doing that, you wouldn't be involved in a fact finding that would implicate the kinds of fairness and due process concerns that I'm cautioning about now. So I don't know whether that's helpful to you in this process, but I do think that there's a possibility that there could be the kind of involvement that you want to have, as long as it's limited and it really does effectively turn over to your staff the process of investigating and, I use the term, prosecuting code enforcement, such that you're not involved in it and you're available to hear these matters if they do perfect into a code enforcement matter that will come to you on appeal.
Okay. What do you think, Paul? What do you think?
I think you made the argument that we should not be involved in this kind of an effort, and that if there is boots on the ground, it should come from the boots in the community. If they have particular businesses that they want you to focus on, I think that should come from the community. I don't think it is our role to start picking and choosing which businesses should fall under scrutiny. I really don't. Especially if we're going to end up having to judge them at some point. I feel uncomfortable with that. I feel uncomfortable being on a body where two other council members did that, so I wouldn't favor that.
I agree. I mean, things are already bubbling up that you're hearing about, we're hearing about. I think, it's somewhat a complaint-driven process, and you follow up on the ones where you're receiving the complaints and start there.
And just to put some sideboards on it, it is a complaint-driven process that's prioritized by staff based on the resources we have available to address them, and obviously the egregious nature of the complaint. So life and safety, substandard housing conditions are staff's number one priority.
There is an issue, though, that sometimes people are uncomfortable complaining, and singling themselves out as the complainant. So does the city have a role in participating when there's an understanding that maybe somebody's out of compliance, so that it doesn't fall on the shoulders of the community? That's sort of one thought that I'm having.
So currently we have no resources or staff dedicated formally to code enforcement. So without that, staff cannot commit to proactively pursuing cases that aren't identified.
So if we looked at number 5, it's the code compliance one, and work that mechanism out so that staff did have code compliance, and staff then could do the work of making sure everybody's behaving, so that it didn't just fall on the neighbors, because sometimes the neighbors are like, God, we don't want to get into a dispute.
Well, we're also going to be looking at how to fund it, so it can be and so it can exist. So that's part of what we're going to be looking at. So if we can't find the funding for it, it's going to fall apart anyway. So,
City Manager Prestwich and I have looked at some models that essentially have a part-time or a contract-based code enforcement. And they are out there, and City of Yountville is one example. So if you all are interested in thinking about that, but we will. That'll be part of what we bring back to the council as a part of number 5.
yeah. So we'll be looking at that.
It seems to me like that.
I think we need to kind of pick up the pace here. We're going to be here until
So,
12:30.
just for clarification, though, on number 6, still okay to have 2 planning commissioners here attached to that?
No.
City attorney for a hypothetical. If the commission was involved in identifying a business that then the result of their solution to their code enforcement situation was a discretionary application, which is a very common mechanism to address code enforcement, especially with regards to use. It seems to kind of cross that line a little bit.
It does. There's not a lot of guidance from the cases. It's the issue is that over the past, say, 10 years or so in the courts, there have been arguments made that that adjudicative processes where planning commissions and city councils are sitting as judges on these kinds of decisions, that if council members have or planning commissioners have acted in any way as advocates or as result-driven, then the courts have recognized that in those situations, either the planning commissioner or the council member properly should have recused him or herself and should not have participated in the decision. That's the concern. It's really, there is not a whole lot of bright line guidance as to when that line gets crossed. The most conservative advice I can give you is keep your planning commissioners out of that.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're looking for consensus on the planning commissioners.
Oh, I think we accept the attorney's advice. Keep
So-
them out.
Then we leave
Who
this up to
else is going
staff.
to work on this? This is just a staff function?
But if we work on the code compliance issue, we should be able
We'll
to
be able to
give
put
them
together-
the tools that they need.
Right.
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 Exactly.
Just speaking for myself, we've heard so much about lack of code enforcement that I'm, dedicated to finding the money to fund this. It's something we need to do.
I am as well, yeah.
Well,
So
I can also say that code enforcement, when it results in a finding that there is a violation, code enforcement in many cases is largely self-supporting because your code already has fee recovery provisions in it. Of course, when the appellate process comes to a conclusion that there hasn't been a code enforcement, there hasn't been a violation, then of course you won't recover your costs. But you do have some cost recovery built in there already. And again, you can eliminate all of these sort of due process and fairness issues that we've been discussing simply by creating a new process that results in an independent third-party hearing officer hearing these code enforcement matters.
So the next one is something we've covered. It's number 7 on your list, but number 6 on the screen. Number 8 on your list, number 7 on the screen is by August 31st, 2018. The HRIT director will prepare and present to the City Council an employee succession plan and or strategies to help retain employees and minimize turnover costs.
All right.
The next item, by June 30th, 2018, the Finance Director will implement forensic audit recommendations on policy and procedure improvements.
I'd like to see this moved up. I mean, we got these recommendations last April. I don't think we should take 15 months to act on them. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but since we just eliminated the policy on Measure D, it'll create more time to do this quicker.
Just a quick question, since I wasn't here for the audit recommendations. Do any of those recommendations impact employee bargaining agreements?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I think getting them installed as soon as possible. I think we've all sort of been pushing for that. So if there's a way to...
April 30th.
You want to keep this moving.
That'd be 1 year after the report. That's good.
Okay. Done. Number 10 has been moved, which is number 9 on here. We're gone. Number 11, by April 30th, 2018, the city clerk, city manager, and 2 council members to review and update city council protocols and rules of conduct. These, by the way, the last 3 were introduced to the city council by Councilmember Doring at the meeting of October 24th. And we did discuss in our team building the idea that, just for example, the change in the publication of the city's agenda, this would be an example of something that would be representative of a reasonable update to the protocols, because today it calls for the agenda to be published the prior Thursday, and we've agreed that we're going to beat that.
Okay.
Are there council members that would
I'm
be
happy
interested?
to participate in this one.
I'm happy to, too.
Okay, thank you. And
I wouldn't say I'm happy. I will participate in this one.
And then the final one here, by December 31st, 2017, the police chief and the fire chief is the lead to conduct a community workshop and prepare essentially post-incident action plan with recommendations to the city manager and the city council. I've added this.
I mean, we're going to do this, right? Tomorrow.
Right. And so, but following that will be the formal report that we would present to you.
Right. Okay, that takes us to ensure long-term economic sustainability.
I would like to add 2 things to this section. I'm just going to propose them. We'll see if you all agree. I think it would enhance our performance if we would institute pre-application conferences for the Planning Commission.
Say that again.
Institute pre-application conferences for the Planning Commission. That would take a little code rewrite, but I think it would be a beneficial to people who are trying to work through our discretionary approval processes.
Could that fall under the design process that we're going to be revamping at some point, or is that something entirely separate?
I think it's more than just design.
Okay.
I think it's when somebody comes for something that's, it may have a design attached to it, but it might have subdivision aspects, or, just get some general feedback sooner rather than later. Too many people come and get to the Planning Commission after they've spent lots of money and time without any beneficial feedback that could have helped along the way.
So just to clarify, that's an anticipated potential ordinance change that would establish this as a requirement for a certain type of submittal.
Or and maybe somebody could even ask to opt into it, but certain mandatory, and somebody who thought they could benefit from it who wasn't on the mandatory list. Sure.
I support that.
Yeah.
Can I make a public comment?
Sure.
So we're starting a project in Fairfield. I would highly recommend you look at the process that Fairfield employs, which is
The pre-application process?
they have a staff-level design review process, which is cost-free, and it's a binding process. So meaning if it's acceptable at that stage, then that flows through, as you work through all of the, heavy lifting of the details for the next step. And then they have a tiered design review. So City of Fairfield has a pretty robust process that seems to be thus far working quite a bit better than this one. Just a recommendation.
The second thing I would add is that I believe we have some sign ordinance revisions that we have put on Noah's plate that should be perhaps added to this list to be completed by next summer.
I'm okay with both those additions.
In terms of dates, let's in terms of the first item, the institute the pre-application conference, and we would look at the Fairfield process for a date on that. What we're looking for is the presentation of a recommendation to probably the Planning Commission first, and then recommendations from them to the council.
Mm-hmm.
From the staff perspective, it's important to identify that all the dates that are included in this document were based on the assignments that were included in it at the time those dates were determined. So any additions will require some kind of rethinking and strategizing as far as how those dates may be affected by additions.
So if we pick a July or August type of time frame, does that feel like a reasonable period of time?
Yeah, I don't think this is a reinvent the wheel. Look at Fairfield, look at some other communities. You pretty much can crib an ordinance from somebody else, and if you think it's worthwhile.
And is there an interest in having others assigned to this particular task? Council members, planning commissioners?
Maybe a planning commissioner would be good.
Yeah, staff has concerns with Mr. McGrath mentioned that the Fairfield process is staff level.
Yeah.
I do not think that would be an effective direction for providing guidance to applicants based on my experience.
Yeah, that's what's happening now.
So
Not to say it's bad, but people need some exposure to and feedback. Not a commitment on a vote, but some feedback.
So I'm looking for guidance on additional potential volunteers to assist staff with this item, or to just direct staff to move forward on bringing them first the Planning Commission recommendations.
So the signs, I think, to Councilmember Coberstein's point, are critical and do need to happen in the summer. So that, obviously, we will commit to that, and we can add that to the list and try not to allow any of the other elements to slip. I do think the pre-application process, while staff there's lots of examples out there that are really good. I think to fit the expectations of the community and the council and the commission here in St. Helena, it will require a significant amount of public outreach, or at least involvement in that process, to determine what is the appropriate pre-application process. What's the level of project that needs to come before the commission first? What are the triggers? Is it mandatory? There's a lot of questions that go into that level of policy writing. So while staff is happy, obviously, to add it to the list, firm commitment, I'm not prepared to make a firm commitment to that timeline at this meeting.
Let's try to identify a date that works for everyone. And it can be an educated guess at this point.
Well, I would probably ask for a year, which obviously is not really an acceptable position, but without... Essentially, as I mentioned to City Manager Presswich, when we were looking at these deadlines and timelines, staff felt like we were aggressive and we would be able to meet them, but it was about the maximum capacity the department has.
Well, I'm willing to work on this, and maybe another council member would work on it with me, and a planning commission member, and we could start by gathering a bunch of other ordinances and looking at them and seeing if something made sense. And
I can help in that, and we can just see where it goes. Put a commitment out there with us, see, it might be an evolving process. Happy to do that.
And are we referring to the pre-application process?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that would be Councilmember Doreen and Coberstein.
And with regards to the signs, the rules are essentially already written based on constitutional rights, case law. That will be a very straightforward process that unfortunately won't have a lot of flexibility that staff can provide to the council or the commission.
Mm-hmm. And just for my record, what date did we select on that? I know we initially floated July.
I think the sign,
No, for the pre-app.
I see it just went in there as July.
We're okay with that. Okay. And the second one on the sign date for that?
Say
Maybe June would probably be a better
June 30th.
June 30th would be a better timeline. At least to have it to the commission, because it will be an ordinance, so it'll have to go to the council and then 2 readings. And this is specific. One of the elements is election signage, so obviously there's a timeline that's important to that.
Okay. And you'll note that we added 3 items that were pulled from infrastructure, and those are identified above in yellow.
Do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, just to follow up on Noah's comment and my prior comment. From my perspective, it doesn't really matter whether it's a staff level or design review. The key is that it is a winnowing, narrowing process because of the cost, so the architectural and civil engineering costs associated with putting together a design review package. So, meaning if it's a preliminary that doesn't require all the engineering necessary to affect a design review package, that you've gone through one gate to get to the next gate, and it doesn't really matter whether it's design review board with the planning commission or staff level. It's that you haven't gone to the, I mean, for example, we had to call curb heights for design review. That the commission's not even really looking at those, right? And that's a significant amount, all the elevation heights for drainage, et cetera, et cetera. That's a significant investment that gets you to the point of no return almost on these applications, right? So it doesn't really matter whether it's staff level or design review. That's a winnowing process, not having to make a huge upfront investment and then, no, that doesn't work, so to go back to the drawing board.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So there was the three items that were highlighted. I had a comment on one on the bicycle one.
Which number is this?
This is number 13. So I'm seeing a developing issue with bicycling and wine tasting. We've already had one incident in town. As we talk about bicycle safety, there's this other element of it. If we're going to be encouraging cycling and there's going to be bicycle tourism, I think we also have to make sure that we're talking about how we get compliance and enforcement. If you go to a town like Davis that encourages bicycling, but it also encourages proper use of the rules of the road. You can't just zip through traffic on either side of the road. You have to go by the rules of the road. I'm starting to notice here that I see cyclists darting across, stop traffic. So I think having some sort of program of education that addresses how cyclists operate through our town. In Davis, you get a ticket if you break the rules of the road. How do we do it here? And then there's also this element of alcohol tourism and bicycle tourism. In Napa, I came across some rental bicycles that said, "We'll bike for wine," and then they had maps to the wineries. So how, I think we know that the limits, the legal limits are the same on a bike as a car, but do the people renting the bicycles know that? There was a national magazine that came out saying, this was about 2 years ago, in Healdsburg, it's okay to drink and ride your bike. How wonderful that was. Well, it's unfortunately, that's not it's encouraging something that's dangerous. So how do we balance those issues? And so under number 13, somehow having this be part of it.
Certainly can be part of the media outreach.
Yeah. I just want to note that it's something that when you see bicycles and you say bicycles, everybody's like, this is wonderful, it's bicycles. But there are some issues that come up with bikes that I think need to be part of how it's addressed.
Okay. So where are we here?
And then the next goal.
Were we on the long-term sustainability? So, ensure long-term economic sustainability while safeguarding St. Helena's unique culture and quality of life. And we already agreed that one would stay put here.
Right. So this is the SHAPE committee, and I think the date is consistent with the council's prior direction. On the second item, by June 30th, 2018, the finance director is the lead, and engineer, planner, recreation director, and consultant complete and present for city council adoption impact fee study. So you approved an amendment to their contract tonight, and we anticipate being able to beat that deadline. On number 3, by September 30th, 2018, the finance director would develop a policy and procedure to receive philanthropic gifts and endowments on behalf of the city.
I think that's an excellent one. I know it's not asking for council involvement, but I would participate to that to some degree, just in terms of helping to try to identify different models that other institutions use or other cities, because I think there's a lot of people who would want to participate. So I could at least participate to some degree.
Okay. So we'll add.
Well, that's different. It says to receive as opposed to encourage, and so I want to know, is that what this is for? To encourage philanthropic
the way
charity, those sorts of things, or just to simply receive it and spend it?
The approach here, as it's written, our interpretation is to identify and/or present options for how to receive, and often that's a 501c3 type of enterprise. An agency I've worked for, they had a Gifts to Share program, which was this nonprofit arm of the city, and there are different approaches, and we could present you options on that may be of interest to you, but it would not be the second half, which would be any kind of formal solicitation. It would simply be to set up the mechanism to receive. Okay.
So then once that was established, then maybe we could look at that second of encouragement.
And that's really the benefit of this planning process, is because once we maybe tee up the first step here, because it's a 3-year goal and sometimes it takes different steps to achieve the goal, the next round could be, okay, what's next? Knowing that the staff is going to be working on other items on the list as well. Okay. So number 4, by April 30th, 2018, the Finance Director, Consultant, and SHAPE Committee would complete an update to the long-range financial forecast, taking into consideration the city's facilities condition assessment.
I think we need to move that up, because it's like in February that the SHAPE Committee is going to be needing that information, I believe.
Obviously, we were building in a win here. You're right. This could be earlier. I think we want to, probably, I would suggest March, perhaps, just to give us a little bit of flexibility.
Yeah,
but I'm anticipating it being finished before that.
Yeah, it's in your other chart somewhere, in like February or March.
Is March okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So before you go ahead, can I make a public comment?
Sure.
On the previous
Yeah, sure.
item?
Yeah.
I think it was number 3.
Yeah, please come to the podium, yeah.
As a citizen, I'm concerned about the procedure to receive philanthropic gifts and endowments. I'm just a little curious and just a little bit concerned about what a philanthropic gift to the city is, and how it's defined as philanthropic and not something less savory.
I would assume it would be similar to a charitable contribution to a 501c3. And I assume the further idea here is to come up with an entity that can receive it on behalf of the city, where the donor gets a tax deduction, assuming this tax deduction stays in the federal code.
Perhaps a word change to charitable. But we.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't this policy involves creation of some identification of some uses that the funds are going to be donated for, or is it just throwing money in a charitable pot? What is it?
The council can actually would have there is an expectation today that if someone wanted to provide a check to the city, that we would present that gift for you to formally receive it. This could, I think that's some clarification that we need. Do we want to take the next step of identifying opportunities, or do we want to focus strictly on options for how to receive first?
Yeah, I think we should focus just on how to receive first. Get that out of the way.
And just to clarify, go ahead, Peter.
Well, I mean, we can wordsmith this, but I think to have a vehicle first and then I mean, donors like to donate things and actually have a specific thing that it'll go to, like Friends of the Friends of the Library. I mean, that was put together to actually help support the library. But I don't think we need to delve into where they're coming from right now or how they're going to be spent. Let's concentrate on a vehicle to actually be able to accept it.
If I might intercede, I had quite a few of this happen, and when I was working at City of Petaluma, we had a lot of Little League want to contribute to their food shack, or you had the local park. The subdivision said we want more playground equipment. Can we make a donation? They'd have like a weekend party raffle, and then the donations would go to the city. But they had a mechanism set up, and I think that's what it's not just philanthropic. It's not unsavory.
Yeah.
It's what you're trying to get.
Yeah.
I mean, just the whole thing with Lyman Park. We've got people that are kind of lining up to help participate in that, but we need to have some kind of vehicle to accept their donations.
And the tree tunnel as well, that's come
Exactly.
up. And somebody mentioned that, they want to, in their will, leave something to St. Helena. And so universities have endowments and that sort of thing. So if we have the mechanism, then,
Okay. So number...
I just wanted to say, initially I chuckled regarding Elaine's comment, but it is a policy that we need to develop because I remember in a prior life, in a prior city council, there was a general contractor who used to give a lot of things to the Public Works Department, and they would accept it. And it was kind of weird, It was obviously... Well, I think it was done in good faith, but the perception of the community was that person was trying to curry favor. And, yeah, we have to be aware of that.
yeah, it's worth considering, yeah.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'd like to present for City Council consideration a policy and procedure to receive charitable gifts and endowments. We're not making the assumption that you're going to approve it. We're presenting you with options. Present for City Council consideration. And then on number 5, by June 30th, 2018, the fire chief is the lead with the HR and IT director, supporting identify options solutions to ensure continuity of part-time fire operations. This really speaks to the continued recruitment of firefighters, particularly during the day. Number 6, by January 31st, 2018, the finance director and outside assistants complete the California Municipal Financial Health Diagnostic Tool. This is a tool that many California cities are using to provide a report card on their financial health, and we have already set that in motion. Number 7, by July 31st, 2018, the city manager, planning director, council member or members, chambers of commerce members, and 2 planning commissioners as needed to obtain fresh insights, community input, and develop local solutions to revitalize downtown to create resilience, including working with local merchants and property owners to catalog and understand issues and forces related to vacant and underutilized commercial space, intervene to assist in securing tenants for vacant buildings, take advantage of ULI, this is Urban Land Institute Advisory Services and American Institute of Architects programs, and review and evaluate our zoning code, to evaluate opportunities that improve processes for businesses to open and operate.
I think it's important to have local merchants and property owners. I mean, I see this becoming another committee of sorts to study an issue. And I don't think that, I think we need their involvement. They probably understand better than we do what's going on.
So through the Chamber of Commerce, I'm sure we could identify some property owners that would be interested in participating.
And
if I'm the lead, then this group can work on these initial, identifying ideas to present to you without having to go through. They can still conduct workshops if they would want, and we can work with them to create public workshops. But it wouldn't need to be a noticed Brown Act meeting each time they meet if they're looking for ideas.
Go ahead.
One aspect, too, that I think has to be considered when we're looking at revitalizing downtown is that it's also the artery for all the residents who live here, too, who also have investments in their residential properties. So some type of balance in the committee or recommendations so that we use the commons of the town. We all share. So somehow, if we look at it, it's not... what happens downtown doesn't just affect the businesses; it affects the residents as well. So how we balance that in terms of thinking of revitalization or something like that.
Can I have a quick public comment?
Sure, please.
I was just thinking apropos of what Councilmember Ellsworth just said, that it might be a good idea not to have the chamber choose the business. In fact, it might be a good idea to have a business that wasn't even part of the chamber, just to get, and maybe one that was and one that wasn't. But I would not want to see the chamber choosing the businesses to be on this. I would, to get a better balance, I think maybe a different way would be better.
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of revisiting my PBID comments, I think it is really the function of the city to be doing this and working on it with the property owners. I can see a role for the chamber a little further down the line, but initially we need to do some fact-finding, I think.
I think if the council's comfortable with this as the lead on this project, I would feel very comfortable inviting members of the chamber and non-members of the chamber. But the idea of working with our local merchants is consistent with the focus of the chamber, and so I like the idea of in working with the chamber and other businesses that are not members of the chamber to identify ideas that we would present to you. I think they would enjoy the opportunity to work with the city on identifying solutions that help to revitalize downtown. And so these are ideas. The city would control the effort, but there's also new leadership there, and my interest is in working with them in an open and collaborative way.
Mm-hmm. By revitalize downtown, do you mean, I'm not sure who came up with this, but do you mean to fill the vacancies, or is there something more to it? I don't think our downtown needs revitalization. I think it needs tenants. And I'm not. I don't agree with Mary. I mean, I'd like to participate on this, but I don't necessarily think it's the function of government to fill tenancies. But we can get. It says here to receive input from business owners, and I think that's important to do.
I think it's our function
anyone, frankly, yeah. But business owners obviously have a stake in it. We all have a stake in it.
I think that part of the reason we may have empty space has something to do with our ordinances and regulations, and to me that is really the purview of the city.
Time's up.
I want to hear from property owners and merchants downtown. Are the rents are the rents an issue? Is the size of the space an issue? Is our permitting process an issue? I think we have lots of problems with our use permits downtown. And so I don't see the chamber as particularly helpful in those issues. But, if you want to... Sure.
Yes, please do. Yeah.
We need another volunteer. Mary?
No, I've already vowed that the Shape Committee is my last committee forever. I'm getting to the age that, I need to sit home and knit anyway. I can't emphasize how important it is to get community input in this. I mean, I've been giving community input in what should be downtown since I ran for city council in 2003. And I really, really don't think we have local serving stores downtown. And I can't emphasize that enough. And I don't care if it's me, but you really need some input from people in the middle income group in our city about what kind of stores they'd like to have downtown. I think that's why you have stores move to Calistoga, because they're simply, it's not a business that, there aren't businesses here that are really local serving. Not enough. There's probably 4 or 5, but that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I wrote this stuff in the beginning, and what I was trying to get at really was to do like a market analysis of our Main Street. What kind of business can it support? What kind of rents is it demanding? What kind of tenants can we expect would come here? How can we facilitate the process? And how do we, make it work so it's still a nice functioning downtown? And that's why I say it's principally sort of a fact-finding issue that might ultimately lead to some code changes and might lead to some city intervention to try to make something happen. The third thing on this list, is something we could check into fairly quickly, which, Paul put me on to. There's these group of people who go around and, why don't you describe it?
I agree, and I'm willing to participate. It sounds like you want to participate also, so I think we should just move it forward.
Okay.
I think it's a worthy endeavor.
All right.
Who's this group of people that come? Sorry.
The Urban Land Institute.
I can say that they're not unsavory.
Okay.
Yeah, and it takes a while to get on their calendar, so I think we should see if we can do that quickly.
I see it here. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 have been removed off your paper list because they've been moved to infrastructure, and we have 2 remaining items. By July 31st, 2018, the finance director and council member or members present to the City Council for review a general fund operating budget option with conservative assumptions that maintains a minimum general fund reserve of 35 to 40%.
I'd like to remove this one. I think it's a goal that we can work towards over a couple of years, but first I would really want to understand, does a 35 to 40% reserve make sense for our town? And I think we're probably going to be at 25 or whatever as we move into the next year, but I think it's more a learning thing that we pick up as time goes on and see if it's warranted.
What is the general average in most cities?
I don't think you can say there is a general average, but for example, I think both Calistoga and Yountville have far higher general fund reserves than we do, but I don't know whether I have it right here.
They do.
They do, yeah.
They're like 45 and 50% almost. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And the basic problem that we have is that we don't have a reserve for economic uncertainty. If the economy begins to tank, then we're put in the position, as we've been put in the position in the past, of making cuts because we don't have a cushion to try and ride out a recession. That's the problem.
But I don't see how we could pack another 10 to 15% into reserves next year without substantially cutting services.
And I tend to agree with you. Yeah.
So I agree with Mary that this is something maybe to build for in future years, but not right away. If 25% is a usable reserve, workable reserve that other cities use, then I think we should stay with that. And then once we get our machine city really functioning, then we start adding goals like that. To me, The 25% seems pretty solid.
So in Yountville, the reserves are, at the current time, are 72% of the town general fund expenses. Now, that's certainly high. There's a whole, in the financial literature, there's a whole way of going about looking at the risks any particular city faces and how you should build up your reserves, and it's going to vary by city depending upon the specific types of risks that it has. There is no general standard of, say, 25%, as I understand it. At least if you're doing it the way you should be doing it from a financial person's perspective.
Well, maybe when we do this California diagnostic tool thing that you're going to be doing, it will kind of form our thinking on this subject. It seems to me to be premature to just make this a work item that you have to do by July. I mean, what good is it by July? We will have adopted the budget for the next year already.
I think present to the city council for review. It's not going to hurt us to take a look at a budget that would allow us to have that kind of reserve. We don't have to adopt it, but going through the exercise to see what it would take, I think it would behoove us to do it.
It may be helpful if I describe what we would anticipate providing to you, because building an entire budget is quite an effort. So what we were anticipating, if moving forward on this, would be to essentially identify in aggregate large numbers that would add up to the cumulative number that is different. The difference between our current 25% reserve and the 35 to 40%, and show you what type of revenue and examples of ways to get there you might take, or cuts and in expenses to help you achieve the 35 to 40%. So we can show that over a couple of years, et cetera. We would present you options, but it wouldn't be a full budget. It would be ideas on how you might grow revenues or reduce expenditures.
It's fine with me if you want to do more work. I was just trying to eliminate a few chores here.
This is an ambitious list, so we're happy to take items off anytime.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a worthwhile endeavor?
I think it's interesting to look at what it would take to jump 10 or 15%, and I don't think it would be a lot of work if we were able to just look at various line items. That here's an example of what it would, the order of magnitude to get there. So we would need to dedicate X number of dollars that are pulled off the table for programs and services, and dedicated to growing that over a period of time. I think we can show you sort of a one-page snapshot of what that might look like.
Okay, I think that's a good
Have
idea.
at it.
Okay.
Come on.
Finally, by October 31st, 2018, the finance director would complete the financial recovery tasks related to the 2017 fire complex. We had some extra costs that we incurred in overtime, and we will be pursuing reimbursement for those.
All right.
I'd like to suggest two things. I think coming out of the work of the SHAPE committee might possibly be moving some things around. And right now, without an adopted general plan, there's some things we couldn't even move to Adams without maybe a specific plan. And I would just like to put a placeholder in here that maybe in the summer we would reserve some time if some of the recommendations of the SHAPE committee necessitate preparing some specific plans. And the second thing is, I would still like us to evaluate other revenue options. We kind of dropped what the ad hoc revenue committee, we ran with the Measure D and kind of dropped some of the other things. And at least begin to discuss what else we can do to increase revenues.
Yeah, I would support that. I think that some of those ideas were valid, and to kind of relook at them at some point.
In terms of the shape recommendations, I think we can bring something back no later than September. I think we would be able to follow quickly with whatever comes out. There'll be a consideration of those recommendations in the June timeframe.
How long does a specific plan take?
Oh.
It's usually about a year process. I would say at a minimum, that would be an aggressive schedule because you have CEQA paralleling the public input process for what the specific plan would be, studying the goals of it, all those things. So that would be an aggressive schedule.
So I would recommend that if the council was including this, to evaluate the shape committee recommendations and identify next steps.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that could be something that we do by September.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. It's building a little time. We would anticipate bringing it right to you.
Yeah, I mean, if we're asking SHAPE to wrap up their work by April, I would think we'd be doing this before September, but...
About August. What I'm anticipating is we would come right to the council, but just to provide flexibility. So,
as long as it's on the list.
Okay.
You retired people have a lot of time on your hands.
No kidding.
And then in terms of evaluating other revenue options, I'd prefer that you consider that earlier rather than later because you may want to do something related to the budget. So I would recommend we put something like a March or April timeframe on that.
Mm-hmm.
And since the finance director's not here tonight, we'll just assign it to her.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that takes us to the next one. Commit to full public participation, ongoing communication, and regional collaboration.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, it looks like there may be some folks here who want to talk about the tree tunnel, and it seems to me that rather than wait to the end, it might be a good idea to move that up a little bit. That's number 6. Are we under the same commit?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
number 6.
I've locked.
Now,
well, that's right. Housing is
that's
obviously
the next
there.
one. All right, why don't we talk about the tree tunnel?
It's under this goal.
It's under this goal.
Are you shaking your head, Pat, for some reason? Okay.
Does anybody wish to speak publicly about the tree tunnel?
Thank you. Suzanne Ortega. Yes, this has been very informative, but it is exhausting what work you have to do. What I wanted to bring up was the fact that there is a St. Helena Elm Tree Tunnel Management Plan that was formed, a partnership between the city and Caltrans back in 2012, I think it was approved. And since I was on the tree committee at that time, and for 6.5 years, I spent a lot of time learning about things that went on there. My concerns right now are that I found out from asking to get a report on the maintenance schedule for the Dutch elm tree disease inoculations, and I got it from the Public Works Department for 3 years. They do 2 injections a year, one in May and one in the summer, late summer. Those have not been done in the last 3 years, inconsistent with the Elm Tree Tunnel Management Plan. So they've been doing one type of fungicide one year and the insecticide the next year, and then jumping back to the first one. The reason I asked that was because we were told in the tree committee that they maintain the elm tree tunnel. The city maintains the elm tree tunnel, plants the new trees, and Caltrans does the tree removals, pruning of the dead branches and diseased branches annually. These things have to be consistent to be effective. And so when I found out that the inoculations haven't been consistent, and that on top of that, Caltrans did not prune the dead, dying limbs last year in 2016, it potentially contributed to the loss now of 10 trees going down in a week or two. So I'm distraught over that because the maintenance has not been performed, and the city is responsible for that. I did get a kind of an encouragement from the arborist saying he's gearing up to get back on schedule with both the tunnel and Lyman Park to be treated beginning in 2018. Well, I don't know if I can believe that if these people haven't been doing the last 3 years, the consistent work that they agreed to do. And I don't know if it's money or he did mention weather, but if those are going to continue to be problems, I think that you need to kind of double down and figure out. Maybe we need an oversight committee, since the tree committee now is disbanded, have some kind of citizen volunteer group step in and help monitor the trees, give feedback to the council or staff, and get some results. Sacramento has a fantastic tree, Sacramento Tree Foundation, I think. Anyway, it's very broad, and they use a lot of volunteers. They train volunteers to do many different things, and they have a lot of citizens to participate. So maybe talking about getting groups together, maybe the council could think of that, consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scott Snowden, 1735 Spring Street. This is the first time in 40 years that I've appeared at somebody else's public meeting. For around 65 years, I've been either walking up and down, driving up and down, or being driven up and down the streets of St. Helena. And I wanted to give you just a brief generalist's perspective of my perception of the Tunnel of Elms, because I don't think there's very much around this city that is more central to the aesthetic and almost spiritual character of what St. Helena means and what it has meant for at least the 7 decades I've been looking hard at it. And what we see today is a snaggle-toothed embarrassment. And it's frustrating to me because on a number of occasions I have tried to reach out and say that if there are things that need to be done, and these are gestures I've made to the city, if there are things that need to be done, Joanne and I'll either pay for them, or if it's beyond our means, do what's needed to get community support for them. And we've been repeatedly told, no, we've got everything's under control, we're doing fine, and we don't need public assistance. And yet we're in the situation we're in where, although I recognize things have been done in the last few years for the Tunnel of Elms, what has been done has been incomplete and sporadic. and we're not talking about rocket surgery here. There is no reason why money should be an issue, because I guarantee you the people of the city of St. Helena will support what is needed in order to restore and maintain the Tunnel of Elms. We're not talking about the need for human resources, because I guarantee you the people of the city of St. Helena will provide what is necessary in order to assure that that work can be done. And we're not talking about how Caltrans is a pain in the neck to deal with, because I guarantee you that the people of the city of St. Helena will have enough determination and political acumen to be sure that whatever problems the co-ownership with the state provide will be attended to. What I'm here to urge is that one of two things happen. Either the council itself take an entirely rejuvenated view of responsibility and leadership in assuring that the blight that is up there is attended to regularly, or
please continue.
I don't have to be talked to like that. Or that there be a public-private partnership, and it would seem to me, the Beautification Commission, I am not really familiar with what it's doing these days, but my mother was very active in it a generation ago, and they seem like a natural group to ask to provide ongoing supervision and ongoing recommendations. If it needs to be a 501c3, as some of you may know, as a part of our contribution to the community garden, Joanne and I set up the 501c3 that runs the community garden. In any event, I'm just urging that a new level of commitment and sustained leadership exist, and to quote an old Maoist thing from the 60s, as we go forward, although this is the first such meeting I've gone to in 40 years, as we go forward, I'll either be part of the solution or part of the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further public comment with respect to the Tunnel of Elms? Okay. So let's go back to...
Do we want to finish that one with some council comment?
Sure, go ahead.
I think that, we're in a position now where I think it's a great time to re-look at the long-term solution for the Tunnel of Elms. It is a landmark in the town, and we should treat it that way. We have a number of businesses, large businesses, right along that corridor that are, in the middle of figuring out their uses. And so I think discussing public-private partnership, I think that having this endowment mechanism, and then certainly community engagement, perhaps through the beautification committee. But I think now's the time, and I'm hoping that if we're looking at something, between now and September, if we keep a focus on it and engage those in the area, because we're having the troubles around Main Street and Pratt, and in looking at the tree tunnel, it's right there. So why not look at things comprehensively in that area with a goal of having a long-term plan for bringing it back to its full beauty and welcoming into St. Helena from the north. So to me, I'm very supportive of everything we can do to get as much engagement as soon as possible.
Okay.
I think that this item needs to be expanded a little bit. It's described as a workshop to get feedback. And I think it has to be more than a workshop to get feedback. I think it has to be a plan for how you're going to do this. And for instance, we've talked about what kind of pedestrian crosswalk are we going to have there. So I look at the workshop as like maybe step one, but then we actually do create this plan of what is the public-private partnership. And so I see the need for more people than just Erica to have to deal with this. And, that we have an objective here. We don't just have a meeting to get input, that we have an objective to get something accomplished.
If I may interject, on the October 24th meeting, I brought the consideration direction to the council, and I was directed to go ahead and move forward with the safety enhancements at Pratt. So I as a city engineer, see them as two separate issues. You got a beautification and a long-term tree, either renovation or beautification project, and then you have a safety enhancement that needs to move forward at this time. I don't think we can wait any further. I already actually have a proposal I'm coming back to with an update on November 28th with regard to what we're doing to move forward with the options and the proposals that council directed to me at that previous meeting. So.
No, I think that's great. I think that Jeff also brought up at that meeting, what about the, path? That,
right.
To somebody to look at the entire situation.
And maybe, just as we're talking about the tertiary water plant, where we've got to build it now to comply with what we're doing for now, but if we also keep an eye on how we're going to connect to distribution later as it builds. So when we're looking at the safety enhancements for Main and Pratt, doing so with the eye that, well, we are going to relook at this Elm Tunnel, and so do we do it, how do we do it in a component way so that what we put together for the safety components for Main and Pratt, once an Elm Tunnel, we're looking at that, we're not having to go back and fix something, so we make it so that it can mesh in with what's worked on for the Elm Tunnel. That's just my thought, that we're trying to build something for the future, so we make sure that the things we build first could connect to the bigger thing that we'll go towards, hopefully.
I'd be curious to look at the existing Elm management plan. Maybe we can bring that forward, revisit it, see if it needs updating, see if there's information. I've never seen it. Maybe, I shouldn't say I've never seen it. Maybe I have at some point in my life. But it'd be, I think it would be fruitful to take a look at that, and maybe that would lead into a productive discussion about how we really, what folks are looking for is a commitment by the council and Public Works to make sure that it doesn't get worse, but that it gets better, and we need to figure that out. So we already have a plan. Let's look at the plan and figure out where it's deficient and where we can improve it. Maybe that's the starting point.
I'm thinking that we should schedule this as an agenda item at one of our December meetings with the plan. Hopefully, Mr. Uribe can be here, and then maybe also a representative from the Beautification Committee, which I'm understanding is a 501c3, so that we can get a little education as to what their capabilities are and what they might need from the city in terms of a joint effort to really have a sustained effort on trying to clean up and beautify the Elm Tunnel.
Okay. So the focus on number 6 here was kind of a broad vision of, could that corridor consider other enhancements, that the community might dream up, and beautification obviously was one of those components. I think we can bring back an Elm, an update on the Elm management plan and what's happening this winter, which I think is, we're close to making, to having treatment done and limbs addressed, et cetera, in the coming weeks, really, and provide an update maybe at the December 12th council meeting. I guess the next question is there still an interest in having some kind of a broader engagement on the broad corridor there, because the corridor presents traffic calming opportunities, connectivity issues, beautification, safety. It's a I think Councilmember Ellsworth had a vision that this whole corridor, we might want to have a bit of a brainstorming session on that, and that's what I think is captured here. Just, are there opportunities that we haven't talked about yet with that corridor? And the idea was, trying to, again, manage all of the items that are on the list. There is an ambitious work plan here. So, developing some grander vision will take, a lot of time. Step one would be, let's talk about what that might look like. And this informational update on the M plan may be a first step, but I think we're looking for guidance on whether number 6 here stays on the list, and whether the date changes, and maybe if others join that effort.
Well, I think the fact that we disbanded the tree committee is important, and that we really have no oversight committee or anybody paying attention to this. And what we have in front of us is an offer of sort of public-private partnership to help take care of the situation. And I think, at a minimum, we ought to look at that too. Is that, is there a group that's going to work with us going forward? Whether it's just on tree maintenance or if it's on creating a bigger plan. But
Are we agreed that it should be 2 separate goals?
Yeah, I think it should
so.
be 2 separate goals, too. I think it's very much in our interest to have one goal, the work on the tree tunnel, and move that forward. And that seems, I think people in town do feel that's sort of an immediate, should be an immediate effort. It does look terrible at this point, for sure.
I think over time you'll see that maybe the 2 goals will mesh, but I think right now I think we should separate them. I agree with you. For example, the condition of the tree is one thing. The condition or improvement of the pathway is really a separate issue, although it's obviously
I see where you're
related.
going. Yeah, I think you're right.
But just in terms of managing it in a short period of time, I think all of these things need to be done. And at the end of it, maybe we'll have a plan by a beautification committee that says, "Oh, let's do this," and that may end up tying into our other goal of public safety. I think, to me, they're a little separate, and maybe more manageable if they're separated.
If I may interject, so was this the intent to the improvement of Pratt at Main or the trail between Pratt and Deer Park?
Well, I'm just looking at it like we've got a bunch of dominoes that are right up next to each other, and once we start addressing one, we've got a lot of businesses, big businesses, right in the same area. So if we say, okay, well, to make this safer here, we're going to have to move this over here, but if we move this over here, we're going to have to move this here. And so we're going to get a ripple effect. And so I'm kind of thinking like, if we're going to get a ripple effect, why don't we look at the whole thing and see how it all plays in? But that is a longer-term goal, and if there's a shorter way to look at just bringing it back to a point of the best it can be in the shorter term while we consider the long term. I think long term, the alignment of how the roads work and all these issues we're going to have to address, but we don't have to do it all right now. But I just think if we think about the future as we design what we do now.
Yeah, I think we should prioritize the health of the trees and get that back in shape. Take a look at the management plan, but prioritize the health of the tunnel itself before we go tackling all these other goals that we should. But it looks pretty ratty right now.
So when we agendize this in December, are we just looking at the management plan?
No, I think it would be broader than looking at the management plan. As I said, we'd be looking at the beautification committee. Hopefully we can have some representative from the beautification committee and find out what their capacities are in terms of whether they can fit into a, quote, public-private partnership, for example, whether we have to proceed in some other way in order to move this forward, and also get a real good update from Mr. Uribe as to just where we are. Hopefully by that time, at least Caltrans will have trimmed the trees, and I know that Mr. Uribe has in mind planting a whole bunch of new trees, which, as I understand, are over at the wastewater plant.
So could we discuss, for instance, the establishment of an oversight committee or putting this beautification people together with?
Yes.
I just don't like to get caught in the Brown Act of we can't talk about it because we didn't agendize it. As long as it's broad.
We can write this in a broad way.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Okay, good.
So, Mayor, if it's helpful, I can quickly run through the other items under
Sure.
this broader goal, which is the goal is commit to full public participation, ongoing communication, and regional collaboration. The first two items on your list are already done, I think, and two will continue. But both of them will continue. But to launch and maintain a quarterly community newsletter and encourage active and diverse participation in government affairs. The SHAPE Committee is very representative of that. Item 3 is moving forward, utilizing a process-oriented decision-making style to create meaningful opportunities for citizen and community engagement, developing alternative forums for informal discussion, council question and answer, utilizing standing committees and commissions as fact finders and resources to develop recommendations on targeted issues within their area of expertise, and leveraging knowledge, ideas, and manpower of residents, nonprofits, and special interest groups. Very representative of what we just talked about. More specifically, on item number 4, by June 30th next year, city manager and council members, possibly Nick Logg, inviting a representative from Napa County and the communities of Calistoga, Angwin, Yountville, Napa, American Canyon, and Vallejo to discuss approaches to how to initiate regional engagement, dialogue on housing, transportation, environmental impacts, water, etc.
I would participate in that if you're looking for a council member.
Yes.
I don't think Nicolog is particularly an appropriate vehicle, unfortunately. It meets just 3 times a year, and it's really just, it has a speaker, and it brings council members and senior city staff together at a dinner.
It's probably more of an advertising opportunity.
Yeah.
I would like to see it also not just be government or staff, but also some community members. If we could encourage, if somebody's coming from Vallejo or American Canyon, to have somebody from the government, but also somebody from the community, or anybody that wants to participate just in this kind of conversation.
I would just offer this. I think, although it may not be a NICLOG endeavor, and I agree with the mayor on that, it potentially could be a LAFCO endeavor. And I say that because I was on LAFCO in the last few months when they were doing their strategic planning, and LAFCO is really working hard now to reinvent itself to become more of a regional body to deal with many of these issues. So they're right in that discussion as we sit here. They're moving forward to being sort of more of that, less of the mundane day-to-day stuff and more of a body to take on some of these issues. Now that's in process, and it's early at the very initial stages, but it was something that was exciting to me to see that LAFCO was willing to move in that direction. And you may want to talk to Mr. Freeman to see if that would be something he might want to speak to us about initially, to see if that's something that can move forward. Now, the other thing I note here is that Vallejo is not part of.
No,
but it could be brought in. All the other entities are obviously Napa County entities.
Well,
but I see your point on Vallejo, so I get it. Yeah.
Okay. But I like the LAFCO idea a lot, where, and I've been to a few of those meetings, and I think that's the kind of regional discussion that can be really beneficial. So.
Okay, so we've added Councilmember Ellsworth. By January 31st, this is the next one, Police Chief would establish a coffee with a cop, open forum gatherings. This is really a communication strategy. And the next one, final one, by September 30th, 2018, the city engineer would conduct this is the Elm Tunnel, so we would leave this and then add the Elm Management Plan discussion for December 12th.
I would like to add that we look at our city website and try to enhance it and improve it. It is one of the ways that people find out what we're doing. I think they should know about projects that are in the pipeline. make it a little more user-friendly, easy to navigate. Like, you go to the Yountville website and you go to the planning department and you can click on projects that are being reviewed. And you get a little description of them, so people know before the Friday before the Planning Commission, they know that something's in the pipeline, and they can come and find out about it and, get educated about it before a hearing. So I'd like to see some website work done this year.
If there's interest in doing that, what I would recommend is that we prepare an RFP and share with you the results of that, and maybe even some demos at a meeting in the future. And this is something that could be managed by our HR IT department.
Okay.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah, sounds good.
Will you be okay with me picking a date on that one?
Sure.
Okay. Any additional comments on those in that list? This is now headed to the final goal, which is essentially all-encompassing. There are essentially two items that may be a little bit different and specific. One is item 2 on the list here relates to the possible idea of evaluating a possible position titled Housing Coordinator. And then there's also number 4, which relates to the possibility of a rent stabilization ordinance. The others really are very similar, and it represents solutions related to comprehensive housing strategy. And the 3-year goal is identify solutions to improve access to housing, which is intended to be all-encompassing.
My major issue with this group is the dates. I think they're too far out. I think this was pretty much a council imperative when we have talked about it before. And I think we should be more aggressive as far as when this work is going to be done, and maybe brainstorm about how we're going to do it. I could see putting together a committee, and they could go through this whole list and say, yeah, we can do this, or no, we can't do that, and knock off a bunch of items on here fairly quickly. A lot of this is gathering data that we already have, or reports and information that's already out there, to sort of create a knowledge base so that we can figure out what to do on the plan. So I'm not happy to see that this wouldn't be, we're talking about the end of next October and November. Right?
I agree, and I think that we've seen success with the ad hoc water committee, and we're anticipating similar good results from the SHAPE committee. So by forming a committee to just sort of get the ball rolling and really, delineate the issues and organize what we're looking at, I think could be done much earlier, getting it started at least, rolling on it. And I think that would, at the same time as SHAPE is going, starting to identify the housing elements as well. So
I also think that item 6, while I realize it might take us till November to adopt some kind of change in our ordinance, I think it's imperative that we start looking at this, and that we consider adopting an emergency ordinance or an interim ordinance, so that developments that are coming before us for approval would be evaluating their workforce housing impacts. Where are those people coming from? How are they going to get here to work? Where are they going to park? Where are they going to live? I can kind of live with getting our final ordinance in shape in a year, but in the meantime, we're going to have projects coming in here, and I think we need some ability to look at those issues when they're being reviewed and approved.
yeah, I agree with that as well.
So I'd like to invite the city attorney to provide some comments related to the approach here that might be helpful. related to a couple of council members working on these initiatives. I think a couple of these that I talked about first, maybe you may want to separate, but there's a nexus between 4 of the 6 on the list here, and I think his comments will be helpful.
Yeah, I think that the guidance that I would provide is pretty well known to all of you, is that the Brown Act allows what's commonly referred to as an ad hoc subcommittee of the council, which means is effectively 2 of you can work on a discrete single item issue with a discrete time period that doesn't function as an ongoing committee. In other words, if you're just functioning on essentially an ad hoc basis, that term isn't used in the Brown Act, but that's how it's understood. And as long as the council isn't creating a broader committee to work with you. So in other words, any 2 of you can work together. You can certainly talk to people in the community and like that, as long as they're not functioning as part of this subcommittee. And this is, I think, information that all of you understand and have understood previously.
So I think with items number 1, 3, 5, and 6, a couple of council members, it may be appropriate to have the council ad hoc take the lead on addressing the ideas here.
You need just 2 council members?
2.
Without additional?
I think we have so many people in the community who have these resources right at their fingertips. And I certainly see the benefit of having council members as a subcommittee, but I think we could advertise for a new committee of a think tank about housing and allow those people to go to work. I really don't see the council taking the lead on 1, 3, and 5 and 6. You know, I think we could create a committee, give them a direction, and, you know, let them.
Yeah, sure. By all means, please.
Mary Stevenson, representing our town, St. Helena. First, I got to say that we have been before this council for the last 8 years asking you to develop a housing strategy. First we asked, then we pleaded, and then we've been badgering for the last 2 years. So congratulations. We're very happy that this has now become a strategic goal for the city. And as far as the items that are up here, I think that it's very comprehensive, and I think that there's a lot that the community can contribute to that, not just our town, but a lot of other organizations as well within the Napa Valley and also beyond. And I would like to see an ad hoc committee similar to the water committee that brings council people as well as community members together. And if we could, if you go to number 1, if we could have a committee, they could set out how that's going to, that's a tactical list, and that committee could turn that into a strategy and say, this is what we're going to do over the next 12 months, and set specific goals for each quarter or however, and so that you would have you would not be waiting a year to have that happen. And I think that all the people up there that are listed should be a part of it, including the council members. And lastly, I just have one request, and that is I have never seen housing appear except for the last 2 items on your agendas. I have been here between 9 and 10, probably 3 dozen times in the last 9 years. So it would be really nice if housing could move up on the agenda at least every other or every third time, so that we're not the last thing every time. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right,
Thank you.
Let me close public comment.
So I would volunteer to take number 1. And I don't see any reason to try and get all of these into one ad hoc or one. I mean,
I think the ad hoc committee is principally number 1.
Mary,
I do think. I think the ad hoc committee is principally number 1. Number 3 is kind of a council thing. I think the ad hoc committee, is probably suited to number 5 also. That might be. And they could provide information on workforce housing as well, I would think.
And then separating 6, and that's the coming up with some sort of interim plan.
Well, there's a lot of literature out there about workforce housing and how to tackle it, and maybe just by tapping into somebody who's worked with it and worked with ordinance changes, we could come up with something that works here. But I think if we are truly considering something like this, some kind of zoning ordinance change that relates to workforce housing, that we should consider an interim ordinance so that people who are coming before us for approvals are doing this kind of analysis. Otherwise, the horse is out of the barn, by the time we've adopted the ordinance.
Do communities have ordinances that we could pattern one after?
There are a variety of example ordinances that could be utilized. I need more specifics as to what the direction from the council was. It's being characterized as an emergency ordinance or an interim ordinance, so that I have not seen one that is adopted to kind of tackle such a comprehensive list of goals as was outlined by Ms. Koberstein. That doesn't mean they don't exist. But to do that on an interim basis, obviously you want to support that with a lot of analysis and direction as to what you're really trying to accomplish, both in the interim and then in the end results. This item is a year-long project in and of itself. As I think
Item 6?
Yeah, item 6. But this goal in and of itself, to create something of substance, would take, our department's full effort for a year. Which is partially why you see that date. Essentially, we've bitten off a lot prior to this goal setting, and then obviously committed to continuing to address that. If the goal is to move up some of these things or to add some priorities to it, again, we would have to reevaluate some of the other commitments that are made in the goals. The department is 3 people, and that includes 1 consultant planner. So, and that doesn't take into account the day-to-day work. And I'm not trying to diminish the importance of this item. I think it is hugely important, and I think the comments on the council and by Ms. Stevenson are absolutely accurate. We see where we are with housing today. We see the efforts that are being made to try to address it, and the increasing inaffordability. It increases on a daily basis here in St. Helena. My ability to shepherd the department to meet the intent of this goal is limited based on the existing commitments and the existing resources we have, just to be frank.
Well, as far as interim ordinance, I was talking just about number 6. And there's an excellent paper written for the city of San Luis Obispo about workforce housing. And maybe this ad hoc committee delves into that and comes forward with some recommendations. But in the interim, I would think that we would have, contemplating that we might be doing that and changing the zoning ordinance, we would establish some interim requirement that someone who's coming before us for an approval would at least present an analysis of workforce impacts of their proposed development. Be it a hotel or whatever else, so that we could, in the review process, address things like parking and traffic and try to determine if we are going to address housing. Are there going to be impact fees or inclusionary requirements, or what's on the list of things that could be done?
And I think Yountville has done something similar, where a hotel gets approved, and then there's a housing element that comes with it. So maybe it's even just looking that close to see how they structure it, and then see if we can do something as an interim thing while we wait for the
Is any of this, can any of this be made part of the CEQA analysis, project analysis?
Well, any decision will require CEQA determination and review, and that adds to the complication. Part of the intent of staff to delay some of these things is to be able to rely on the general plan EIR analysis to support a lot of these decisions. Any ordinance is going to require some level of CEQA analysis and obviously a determination. Our existing land use documents are supported by a 1993 CEQA document, and so our ability to rely on that is obviously limited. So the scope and breadth of any change, you either have to rely on that, so you're not making significant policy changes, or you conduct a new CEQA analysis to analyze the impacts and mitigate them, or at least disclose them and do an EIR process if it results in significant and unavoidable impacts. So, I mean, the CEQA portion of any of these decisions is significant and cannot be forgotten in the process, and essentially the cost that's added to that.
Right.
So we have an adopted housing element that addresses things like, addressing workforce housing needs. And it goes on to talk about explore the feasibility of adding an above moderate income workforce housing component to the inclusionary housing ordinance requirements and amend the ordinance as appropriate. This is already an adopted housing element. So I'm just suggesting we get moving on some of these things that where we can, and at least require, in terms of workforce, an analysis. Not just something like, oh, I'm maybe going to have 2 more workers come here. I mean, there are models that people create that predict how many employees you're going to need for a business, be it a hotel or whatever, and where are they coming from, and what are our traffic impacts and our parking needs, and what are our housing needs. This is already an adopted policy.
Well, does the housing element rise to the same level as the general plan's EIR?
It does not, but it did have a CEQA analysis that we could rely on, and it is past the statute of limitations for a legal challenge on. So that there are tools. It's just without understanding the full scope of the direction of the council, I can't begin to evaluate where and how staff can plug that into the existing commitments that we've made.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to introduce another concept for the council to consider in terms of this work plan. I mean, one of the important things to recognize is that even though the dates on the list here are a little far out, it doesn't mean that we weren't anticipating beginning work now early. But one of the other considerations I have is how to, from an ad hoc term would just be the 2 council members. It wouldn't be others. And so ad hoc wouldn't require the use of the city clerk's staff of 2 to manage meetings in addition to this agenda and assistance with the SHAPE committee agenda. So another strategy that may accelerate our ability to deploy effort in this area would be to assign a staff member as sort of a lead, so to speak, to begin to convene meetings, and then from that meeting, with a variety of people around the table, many of which are identified here, different responsibilities could be given to different groups to come back with information back to that group, and as they check in, it doesn't preclude the use of public meetings or workshops to gather information on a specific subject and then come back to that working group and check in. And so what that would do is free up the time of the city clerk, who otherwise would be required to participate in meetings, capturing minutes, posting agendas, complying with the Brown Act. And instead, I think with a little more flexibility, we would still be able to engage the public in a meaningful way, but work through, in partnership with the staff to execute a little quicker.
would this be a consultant that you would bring on to help, or would this be an existing staff person? I mean, I'm very concerned about the city effort that is required to move forward here, and staff capacity to deal with it.
Well, I think my thinking is that the Brown Act requirements of a comprehensive committee create a lot of extra work, and it may slow down progress on achieving the goals and developing strategies. But strategies like this don't have to be always, I mean, they don't always have to be done through a Brown Act process, like a meeting like this. If the staff is identified as the lead and council members are attached to that and there are meetings, different people can be assigned different roles to study issues and then bring back information to that committee, that group, that working group, if you will. They can convene public workshops or surveys or hold public meetings and gather data in the course of developing a strategy. What I'm trying to encourage is our ability to meet expectations, move forward quickly, and this group may want to meet a couple times a week, but that would be a very difficult task to overlay on top of the city clerk's office, and we have one person that would be primarily responsible for that.
I'm not following how that's going to work. Like, if you take work item number 1, how are you proposing to do it?
Well, I think items 1, 3, all the items on the list here are related. It's housing, right? There are a variety of potential tracks and ideas here that could be studied, and if there is a working group that a staff member convenes, those meetings can occur, and working groups within that committee can move forward on different elements here and bring it back to the group. So it doesn't require the use of the city clerk's office and the posting of agendas.
I don't think this is a time to worry about that. I mean, I think we need a process here that's open, that does have agendas, that does, have people on it. And, maybe this is where we spend some of our $87,500 that just dropped in our laps, to supplement the clerk's office, to help get agendas out. But I just don't understand why we can't establish an ad hoc type committee to start looking at this list and tell us what they can help with and give us their dates and timelines and let them gather information.
I'm simply trying to make sure that we meet your expectations. And I think the challenge I am seeing is we have an incredible work plan. If I was being brutally honest with you, I'd suggest that you keep every list, pick the top 6 in each group of goals, and we can make sure that we get it done. We have an incredibly ambitious agenda here. I'm committed to making sure it works for everyone. And we have a city clerk's office of 2, and right now they're already supporting, we have another staff member working out of class to support the city clerk's office to make sure that the SHAPE committee agendas are going to be met. And beyond that, adding another committee structure imposes a pretty interesting challenge here. So I could see that being aided by the addition of a part-time staff member dedicated to serving this committee. That's one option. That costs money. Another option, which I think still meets the intent, is to have a working group that doesn't mean that you can't have public meetings, that you can't solicit public input. I think identifying solutions to improving access to housing, like you said, there's a lot of good information out there, and it doesn't mean that we have to wait 72 hours for a meeting notice to publish before you get working on those activities. So I can see numerous opportunities for the public to engage and participate and be solicited for their ideas, but I think we also have a lot of subject matter experts that can be brought to the table in a collaborative environment, and I think the work could actually get done faster. and the ideas presented back to the City Council at an earlier date without the heavy lift of complying with the Brown Act.
Would this person have significant expertise and experience in the housing field?
Well, I'm thinking of the city clerk's office, but I think from a housing perspective, the group, whether it's Noah or myself, I think the two of us are the two candidates for who lands the initiative to convene meetings and participate in meetings. We can bring in subject matter resources to assist, whether it's volunteer or paid.
It's just not clear to me how you're doing that. Are you doing that in a public meeting context, or you're just disseminating information to a select group of people?
If you ask the city manager to identify solutions to improve access to housing, what I would do is I would go find the people that have subject matter expertise in that area. We'd study up on the issues. We'd prepare, we'd listen to people. We'd reach out. We might hold a community meeting or workshop or two, and we would bring back recommendations for the council. I mean, this is kind of a policy issue that we would resource and study and present information, and then let the decision makers tell us which direction they'd like to head, which of these ideas make the most sense. So I think my concern is formalizing that effort, which I think can be done a lot quicker without having to create a formal committee process.
And one idea to potentially bridge that, I mean, it's a multi-step process, and one of the first steps is fact-finding, right, and getting information into one place that everyone can review and kind of digest the various ideas that are available on the table to address the issues, in addition to also identifying the issues, and then kind of put the pieces together. Here's the potential problems, here's the potential solutions, and then maybe that is where the formalized committee steps in, and it gives a little bit of time for an informal process to gather the facts, put the pieces together, and then formalize it as shape maybe begins to wind a little bit down. We get some traction on the design guideline process, which is going to be very intensive in public outreach and engagement. We could probably build on some of the engagement opportunities that are created through that process, and then formalize a committee that then can address it. I mean, some of the issues that I think Councilmember Coberstein are struggling with is we're struggling with those too. We can't articulate exactly how this is done because we're just adopting the goals tonight.
I think that this idea that there's progress being made while the SHAPE committee is going, there's progress being made on the fact-finding that's maybe less formal, less than the SHAPE, but as the SHAPE committee winds down, then it transitions to this with a full head of steam because the fact-finding's been done. My only concern is I'm looking at number 6 and not wanting that one to fall through the cracks, because I do think that as we see things on the horizon that we want to be ready and in place to say, great, this is what we want to make sure it balances in the community. So that's where I'm at, that I think a little bit more informal start. I think we have a public comment.
Just 1 minute. Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I need a motion by the majority of the council to move beyond 10 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Coberstein?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Doring?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any further public comment? Yes, please. Yeah.
Mary Stevenson, our town, St. Helena. When I think of a citywide housing strategy, I think that we should look 10 years from here, 10 years forward, and say, or 20 years, but in some segment of years, and say, based on our economy, our projected growth, et cetera, here's the kind of housing we're going to need at each level. And then come back from that strategy and say, here's how we're going to get it. I've sat on at least 2 housing committees where we've done the fact-finding and we've called in the experts and all that, but that doesn't give you a housing plan because you don't know what you're planning for. So I would much rather see this group start out and say, what do we need? How much senior housing are we going to need because of our increased senior population? What kind of farm worker housing are we going to need as the industry changes? As we have more hospitality in the valley, what kind of are they going to need? Where are the middle managers going to live when they can't afford to live anywhere here in the valley? So if you figure out what kind of housing you're going to need, rental, home ownership, senior housing, all that kind of stuff, then you can come back and say, okay, based on this plan, here's the kind of housing we need, and here's how we should get it. To me, that's a strategy, and the rest of it is all tactics. So I would like to see a group of people sit down and figure that out and get the information that you need to do that kind of long-term planning, and then come back and say, here's how you do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would agree with everything Mary said, and I too sat on one of those committees. And I remember a very wise man who is very wise in the field of developing affordable housing said there are 3 things you need. You need land, you need money, and you need political will. And I'm heartened tonight because I'm seeing a little political will. I don't know if I'm seeing enough, but I'm seeing some. And I think that the information is probably already readily available, and I think if you could see the ability and the knowledge of the people who sit on the Our Town board, and I think, as I recall, Mr. Prestwich is coming to one of those meetings soon. There's just a plethora of knowledgeable people around that you could use to put that kind of information together. But you folks have to have the political will to do it, and I hope you do.
Well, it does seem to me at this point that it makes sense to start with your approach, make you the point man, and see and pull together the information that is needed. And then from there, the council can then decide whether to appoint a housing committee to take it to the next step.
Can you get some dates on that?
This is so fuzzy. I don't even know where we're going. I would almost rather let the manager have a little more time to think about this and come back at our next meeting. Maybe he meets with Our Town in the meantime. Maybe he talks to some of us and maybe reorganize this so that we have a blueprint to follow. I feel like we are just kind of floundering here, not creating a real process. And I am concerned about item number 6. I do think we need to be mindful of the fact that if this process takes a year or 2, which it very well could, a lot of things are going to happen in the meantime that we need to have some ability to look at them and address them. So I'd be in favor of maybe you fleshing out for us more how you would see this working and how you would bring other people into it and put some dates on it of what could be done earlier rather than later.
I think it would be helpful to have a council member or 2 assist me in, I think, bringing in the city planner and others to just sit down and talk about how we might organize the ideas here, because there are a lot of ideas, a lot of good ideas, and I think we could talk about how we might accelerate and be able to work on a number of issues between now and maybe April, right, and tee up time that could be used after that for some more formal committee if that was needed or identified. So I think if we had a meeting or 2 to try to do some thinking, maybe come back either at the next meeting or December 12th, I think our our publication date for the next meeting's coming quickly. So sometime between now and the 12th of
Right.
December, that would be helpful. And you may want to talk about the two other items on the list that are maybe a little bit different.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Sure.
Noah's concerned about, you're concerned about a CEQA document or an EIR. At what point in this process would you have to start working on something like that, Noah?
It all depends on the scope of what comes out of this. So I'm imagining it's a fairly comprehensive housing strategy that will take a significant amount of time, and likely we'll be able to rely on some of the CEQA work that's done between now and then. The emergency or interim ordinance, that's the one that I don't have a good answer for right now, because we don't know what that's going to do. We don't know how much we could rely on the existing housing element, neg deck, the existing. So that's the uncertainty that I'm struggling with.
But it wouldn't have to be done immediately within the next 2 or 3 months.
Prior to adopting the ordinance, we would need to have a CEQA process. Once we define kind of the parameters of what it is the council is interested in adopting, then we could further flesh out what the CEQA requirements and analysis are going to be.
Well, I'll volunteer for this job.
Thank you.
And I will also.
Do we want to fold in items 2 and 4, or do you want to tonight confirm those as part of this 3-year goal?
Well, I think the idea of hiring somebody by June 30th is kind of putting the cart before the horse here. I mean, really. I can see that might be part of what we come to when we finish the plan, but yeah. Item 4, I think, is pretty discreet, and we should just handle it in the deadline that you put in here.
So item 2 could just be deleted for now.
I would delete item 2. One item off your list.
That's helpful.
Well, that was a suggestion that I made, not to delete it, but to include it. But I think we need to focus more on the process, and this may be one of the goals of this process. I am concerned that sort of the soft approach, I understand your point, City Manager, but I think this committee has to rise to a much greater level, like an ad hoc committee, like the Utility Committee. It has to have that oomph behind it.
Yes.
A sort of seriousness. To me, I put this on my goal, my SWOT analysis as number 1, and I'm committed to that.
Right.
I think we all did. That's why it's here. Unfortunately, it's at the end of our meeting, but it has to rise to a level, but it also has to respect, obviously, how taxed we are. I mean, we're taxing our staff. If we burn everyone out, we're going to hurt ourselves in other ways that are unintended, and I think we need to be careful about that. We can have the greatest strategy in the world, but if our employees are burned out and leaving the city because, they're just too taxed, we have to be mindful of that. We have to be mindful of what we do, but we have to be serious here. So I think it has to rise to the level of an ad hoc committee, frankly, and many of those members probably would be our town participants and others. We have to figure out a way to do that, and so over the next maybe a week or 2, you can think about that. And I think, if necessary, we hire somebody who has both the ability to run a meeting under the Brown Act and to share some knowledge with housing. Somebody is out there who we can bring on a temporary basis to move this forward. And maybe our town even knows of who that person might be. And see what the cost is over the next 6 to 8 months. Okay, that's the person. We desperately need that person. That was kind of the idea behind the shared services housing coordinator, to go in with a couple other cities. Well, it's a little premature. Maybe we need to sort of adjust that now and have that person come on to sort of organize this whole process for us and be able to run these meetings, but with the seriousness and commitment of an ad hoc committee. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I think that.
So could you talk to that a little more, that item 2? I mean, when it said hiring of a shared services coordinator, I didn't think of that as like a consultant or person who was stepping in temporarily to work on this. But is that what your proposal was?
That was not what my proposal was, and frankly, I'm okay if it's deleted or revised. I'm just saying we don't have a point person in our city to work on housing. And my thought was, hey, maybe Calistoga doesn't either, and maybe Yountville doesn't either. And so let's get somebody who has that expertise. Maybe it's not a full-time position. That's what I was thinking. But in this instance, I think that we need to go back and go, okay, let's find some money to get that person to run these meetings along with an Our Town and a couple of council members to make it an ad hoc committee. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's not possible.
But I think it's a great idea, Paul, and by saying let's do it here, it may open it up to the other cities jumping on it later. But I think you're right. It's a very serious issue that needs focus, and we don't want to overload people to the point of incapacitation. So I think you've identified maybe a good expenditure that person can take that job and really pull it in. So.
Again, I think that our city manager needs to take the time to think about these issues and might not make any commitments. It's a big task. It's the most important issue on my mind right now, and I think it deserves the time and sort of the strategizing and maybe having Mary meet with Mary and Mark, and I'd be happy. Well, you decide and just kind of come back with a strategy. But I think, well, I've said what I think. So.
Okay. So, where are we here?
So I think we have Councilmember Koberstein, Vice Mayor White, myself, and our town St. Helena will have a meeting in the next week or two and come back with a strategy moving forward to
tackle this,
to tackle the comprehensive goal. And then council was supportive of item number 4 here, related to the mobile home park.
Yes.
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 And so we would be looking for a motion to approve all of this, and we will bring you back, we will distribute to you a updated version with the edits.
I would make that motion.
Second.
Councilmember Ellsworth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Doring?
Yes.
Koberstein?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. All right. That takes us to the final item, discussion regarding the conceptual mayor's forum, but my suggestion is that we put that off until the next meeting. Among other things, the discussion may be impacted by all the subcommittees that we've formed here and the way we've gone down that road, at least for the time being.
We'll never be able to get together again as a body.
Okay. So with that, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody.